Good morning. This meeting of the Task Force for Reviewing the Connectivity and Technology Needs of Precision Agriculture in the United States is called to order. Welcome to our task force members who are still joining virtually, and welcome to everyone who is watching live at fcc.gov/live. I'm Elizabeth Kuttner, and I am the designated federal officer for the task force. I'm joined today by Stacey Ferraro and Lauren Gary, our deputy DFOs. Now let's proceed to our roll call. Teddy Bekele, Chair, Land O'Lakes.
Present.
Dr. Michael Adeline, Vice Chair, South Dakota State University.
Present.
The Honorable Dale Artho, Deaf Smith County, Texas.
Present.
The Honorable Loran Osley, Florida State Senate, District 3.
Present.
Dr. Shrikala Bajwa, Montana State University, College of Agriculture and Montana Agricultural Experiment Station.
Present.
Andy Bader, Fifth Estate Growers, LLC.
Present.
Julie Bichelle, Irrigation Association. Anthony Dillard, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma.
Present.
Michael Gomes, Topcon Agriculture. Mike Gomes, I think I saw you on earlier. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Oh, great. Thanks, Mike. Heather Hampton, Nodal Farms Limited.
Present.
Robert Hance, Midwest Energy and Communications.
Present.
Ryan Krogh, John Deere.
Present.
Jennifer Manor, Hughes Network Systems, LLC.
Here.
Joy Sterling, Iron Horse Vineyards.
Here.
Jimmy Todd, Nextech.
Here.
And then from the Department of Agriculture, our ex officio member, Andy Burke, Administrator of Rural Utility Services, USDA.
Present.
Great. And for the record, I'd like to introduce Administrator Burke. USDA Secretary Vilsack makes the appointment for the ex officio member pursuant to section 125114C of the 2018 Farm Bill. So we welcome you to the task force, and I also want to thank Chris McLean for his work on the task force earlier.
Thanks so
So we
much.
have
Glad to be here.
Great. So we have actually perfect attendance today. So with that, I will hand it back over to Teddy.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth, and good morning, everyone. Glad to have everybody on the call today. And we do have a packed agenda, but we have lots of exciting things to cover. So I'm excited to go through the day. But first of all, thank you for all the work leading us up to this point. This is our December meeting. And I know a lot of work has gone into from the task force as well as the working groups to get us to this point. And I've had the pleasure of reviewing the material over the last 30 days, and a lot of thought has gone into it, a lot of very thorough details, and I'm excited to have that discussion today. But before that, we will have a couple of other updates. So we start out with a mapping update from the FCC Broadband Data Task Force. We've had that in the past. It's good for us to just catch up on that and see where things are. Hopefully we'll have some good discussion and dialogue there as well. From that, we have an exciting presentation from Dr. Laura Langnick on resilient agriculture. Dr. Adeline and I had a chance to review some of the material in the presentation she's done in the past. And Elizabeth was kind enough to reach out and make sure we can get Dr. Langnick here with us today. So that will take us to about 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:45 Pacific, Central. And then we will take a 15-minute break, and then we will dive into the discussions on the various working groups. So as Elizabeth has mentioned in the past, there are separate documents for each of the working groups this time around. We will combine those documents come 2023, but for this moment, we're voting on 4 individual and the separate artifacts. So we'll start out with the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved agricultural lands. We'll have a discussion about that. Each section is going to take about 45 minutes. We will take a lunch break after the first one at about 12:45 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll get back together and do 2 more, take a 15-minute break, do the last one. And but about 4 p.m. Eastern, we should be able to wrap up. The way we'll do it is we'll put the documents up, have the chair of each working group talk about the recommendations and maybe the body of the work that's been done up to that point. All of you have had the chance to, the documents were sent out. So hopefully we'll have discussions there. If we do need to make modifications to the documents, we'll do them live as we go along so that we can vote on it at the same time. So that'll be the format. For those of you who were on the task force in the past, that's kind of how we've done it. And hopefully by the end of the day, we'll be in a spot where we can finalize all the documents and then submit them for 2022. So again, we'll have, it is a packed agenda, lots of things to talk about, but we do have some good breaks put in there as well as a lunch break. So we should have an opportunity to be able to stand up, walk around, and all those types of things to make sure that we don't get too caught up in our chairs. So with that, I don't have any other updates to give. So what we'll do is turn it over to our first topic, which is the mapping update. And I did see Kirk on earlier. So Kirk, I will turn it over to you for an update. Oh, and you're on mute, sorry.
Can't believe I'm still making that mistake. Good morning, everybody. It's very good to get to talk to you this morning. I think we've met with most of you, maybe all of you, at least once before, probably a few times. So I'm Kirk Berge. I'm a counsel to the Broadband Data Task Force, another task force. I'm joined by Sean Spivey, who's Chief of Staff and Senior Legal Counsel to the task force, and we're just going to give you a run through of the map that was released a short while ago, and talk about what's next, what's going on right now, what's next, and happy to take some questions at the end. And so for the first piece, I'll hand it off to Sean.
Thanks, Kirk, and yeah, thanks, Teddy and Elizabeth and everyone. It's good to be back with your task force. We are excited to share the product of several years of work that was released on earlier this month on November 18th, which is our new national broadband map, which is based on the new broadband data collection data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to try and share my screen so that way we can just kind of demo what the map looks like. It's a new functionality, how you can work with the data, and then as Kirk was saying, we'll provide some updates on next steps after that. So with that. Are folks able to, Kirk, are you able to see my screen? Great, fantastic. So this is the new FCC National Broadband Map. If you go to broadbandmap.gov or broadbandmap.fcc.gov, either one, it will bring you to this map, and you can do this on a computer or on a mobile device. A couple of things I want to talk about when you navigate to this page. The first thing is you will see there is a search by address feature. This is how we anticipate most people will interact with this map. Most consumers or small business owners will come to the website and they will want to know what broadband service is available at their location. But there are other features here, and I'll talk about these a little later, but you'll see there are some other links of different ways you can interact with the data. The background of what you see here, this is a representation of fixed broadband service of at least 100 megabits per second download and 20 megabits per second upload using wired or licensed fixed wireless service. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because that those are kind of the parameters that are underlying NTIA's BEAD program, which I know a lot of people on this call are probably interested in terms of like what areas are unserved or underserved, I should say, for purposes of that program. But also when you go into the map, you'll see a different representation once you actually kind of jump in, which is based on a different speed metric. So I just, sometimes we get questions from people about, well, what am I seeing in this kind of background? So that is kind of the darkest blue areas are areas where 100% of the locations in that area receive that level of service I was describing. Lighter blue areas are where, less than 100% receive that level of service. And then the gray areas are where 0% of the locations receive that level of service. But what I want to start by is just showing kind of what happens when you type in an address. So I'm going to type in the address of the FCC's headquarters, which is 45 L Street Northeast. So you can see as I start typing, it's reactionary. It starts pulling locations that are in our broadband serviceable location fabric, which, as we've talked about previously with you all, is the common data set of all locations in the United States where fixed broadband service would be expected to be delivered. If there is an address that doesn't exist in the fabric, you can, it will, so if I were to return 45 L Street, if for some reason there was a 45 L Street that existed and, it would say, this address is not in the fabric, but it would try and, get you to a location that it thinks you're trying to find. Maybe I just mistyped and maybe I really was trying to look for 45 Ellis Street in Massachusetts. But, maybe there is a 45 L Street. And if I know where it is, I'll show you a little later, I can just use this location feature to kind of zoom into the map and try and find where I was actually looking for. But for now, let's just go with an actual address, 45 L Street Northeast, Washington, D.C. When I click on that, the map brings me to that location. And on the right, I'm given some information about this location. The default that you are brought to is information on fixed broadband. So I want to step through the pieces of this on the fixed side, but I do want to point out that there's also information over here on the mobile side, which I'll get to in a little bit. But so this is where the location of the FCC headquarters is. And over here, you can see the selected location, 45 L Street Northeast, Washington, D.C., zip code. It is marked as served. It is identified as a business location with a unit count of 2. That is most likely because in addition to the FCC being in this building, there is a small daycare in this building called Teletots, which is kind of a fun name. And so and that's most likely why why our location is in the fabric, because that Teletots is a small business that may be interested in subscribing to a mass market broadband service. You can see there is a point across the street here that is a gray bubble. That is not a mass market location, as you can see in this map legend, because that is I believe that is just a business. It may be a bank. I'm not really recalling, but a location that would not be expected to subscribe to mass market service. So let me first walk through how I might, if I thought that there was something incorrect with this location, how I might submit a challenge to try and correct that information. As we talked about previously, one of the good things about, or one of the new and novel things about this map is that it's not a one-way street. It's not just internet service providers reporting data to the FCC releasing that data out to the public, and that kind of being the end of the conversation. The maps, by virtue of the Broadband Data Act, are required to be iterative, and we were required to stand up a user-friendly challenge process to correct both the information on locations that's in that underlying fabric data set, but also information on service availability, which is this lower portion down here. So say, I work at the daycare in the building, and I think that there's something about this location that is wrong. I can just click on this link to submit a location challenge, and a modal pops up that asks me to provide a little bit of contact information, my name, my email address, phone number is optional. Then there's a drop-down category for what type of location challenge I want to submit. Maybe the address is incorrect. Maybe this is technically supposed to be 43 L Street Northeast. If I select that, the form is dynamic, it changes, and I'm then given the option to provide what I think is the correct address. Say the unit count is incorrect. There's a floor of this building that I believe is currently unoccupied. So maybe the unit count is supposed to be 3. Maybe a new business moves into that unoccupied floor. I can change the unit count from 2 to 3. Say that I think that the location 45 L Street is not in the correct building footprint. Now this example is a little hard here in this geographic area, but I think this example is probably going to be very relevant to some of the people on this call. Say that the fabric has misidentified the point where the broadband serviceable location should be. So maybe, there's, maybe on your agricultural land, the fabric has picked up, a grain silo rather than the homestead or the farm office as the broadband serviceable location. You can actually move this pin to another location. Now, I'm not gonna, here it wouldn't make sense because this is an entirely different business, right? But if there were 2 or more buildings here on this same parcel of land, and I actually need to be over here or here, you can move the pin to identify the correct building footprint that should be the broadband serviceable location at this address. The location is not broadband serviceable. If you think that, a location no longer exists and should be removed from the fabric, you can submit that as a challenge. You can add an additional address for a location. The FCC moved a couple of years ago, and in our old building, we sat at the corner of 2 streets, and the building actually had 2 street addresses. It had one for 12th Street Southwest, and it had another one for Maryland Avenue, the 2 streets where it intersected. So if I wanted to add another address for this location, I could do that. You can also submit a challenge to correct the building type. As I said, this one is marked as a business, but if part of the building was actually apartments or condos, you could change it to business and residential if you wanted to. For all of the fabric challenge types, you do have to provide a description of why you're submitting the challenge, kind of your factual basis for submitting the challenge. It could be as simple as, I live here and I know, and you've picked the grain silo and I'm moving it to the house or something. If you have any supporting documentation, you can upload that. If you have a picture or something, it's not required, it is optional. There are a couple of certifications we want you to certify to, but then once you filled out the form, you can hit submit, and that will be submitted as a challenge to the location. The other piece of this is the availability data. So you can see, at the FCC headquarters, several internet service providers by different technologies, cable, satellite, fiber, report that they can make varying levels of maximum download and upload speed available to this location. If some of these names, Hughes Network Systems, it's probably, fairly obvious, but that's HughesNet, but you can drop down and there's kind of a brand name. This one is less obvious. This is the ownership structure for a cable provider here in the Northeast Coast, RCN. But say I think, RCN they only provide cable, they don't provide fiber here. I can click availability challenge. Again, now all the location information populates here, so I'm not really challenging that. But if I want to challenge that this provider offers fiber, I can select that provider. I'm given the option where I can send my challenge to the provider, or I can provide this feedback to the FCC, but not submit it as a formal challenge. But if I want to submit a challenge, again, I have to provide some contact information. Similar to the fabric challenge process, there are a list of options for why I'm submitting a challenge. Maybe the provider failed to schedule a service installation within 10 days of a request. So I called and I wanted to schedule. I said, okay, I want to subscribe to this service. I'd like you to come out and install it. And they say, well, we can do it next month. That doesn't fit our definition of a standard broadband installation, which is kind of the criteria for whether it is available at a location. The definition of standard broadband installation means that it has to be provided within 10 business days of a request and with no request for additional charges beyond kind of a standard installation fee. So if I select this, I just need to provide the date I made the request, how I made the request. You know, I tried to request it on their website, or maybe I called them on the phone. Again, tell me, you know, we need to know a little something about how you made the request. If you have a screenshot or something that you want to upload, it's optional, but you can do that. And then some certifications. But okay, the other categories of challenges are provider didn't install the service at the agreed upon time. So say they scheduled something for 5 business days after I called, but then they didn't show up. The provider requested more than the standard installation fee. So that may be, sure, we can provide you with fiber, but we need $5,000 to trench down your driveway or what have you to get you connected. That would, they can't claim your location as available if that's the criteria for getting you the service. The provider just denied the request outright. You called and they said, no, sorry, we actually can't give you that we can't provide service to you. They don't provide the technology reported at the location. So again, this provider reports both cable and fiber, but say they only reported fiber being available. You call and you say, I'd like to subscribe to the service. And they say, well, we can't give you fiber, but we could give you, fixed wireless, or we could give you cable. You can submit that as a challenge because they shouldn't be reporting that technology as available if they can't provide it. A provider does not offer the speeds reported at the available location. So say you call and you say, okay, I want the gigabit download fiber service. And they say, well, we can deliver you fiber-based service, but we can only sell you a 250 megabit per second maximum speed package. That can form the basis of a challenge. They say they can provide gigabit and they're only offering the 250 megabit. This last one is the actual speed of the service does not match its advertised speed. So that is in the vein of, okay, I subscribe to a fiber-based service. They say they can make gigabit-based fiber service available to me. I'm subscribed to the gigabit-based fiber service, but anytime I run a speed test, I'm only getting, 100 megabits per second. So they're just not delivering what they say is the maximum advertised speed. That does not in and of itself form the basis of a challenge to these maps. And there are several reasons for that, which I think we've talked about previously, but it, having to do with the fact that not everyone subscribes to the maximum service available at a location. B, there are factors usually that can affect whether you are getting that maximum advertised speed that may be beyond the control of the service provider. Things like, the age of a Wi-Fi router, how many, devices are connected in the home, who else is riding on the network, particularly, I live in a condo building. So if everyone's working from home and they're all doing video calls, that may be affecting the maximum speed that can be delivered. But we are going to allow you to provide that information to us. And what we do is we actually have a prompt here that allows you to submit this as an informal consumer complaint to our consumer complaint center that is then served on the provider and that they have to respond to. And in addition to it being served on the provider as an informal consumer complaint, we, under our rules, are able to use these submissions to inform our own independent verification inquiries that we can initiate with service providers. So if we start to spot trends of things around no one in this area seems to be getting the speed that they claim is available, then we can actually do, through either audits or verification inquiries or other tools that we have at our disposal, some additional diligence with the service provider. But again, so that's how you can submit availability challenges to the information on the map. And as soon as you submit an availability challenge, immediately a bubble populates on the right next to this link saying that there is a challenge pending against this location. And Kirk is going to talk a little bit more about kind of the process for how that all works in terms of the timeline and that sort of thing in a few minutes. But I do quickly want to also show the mobile broadband data, because I know a lot of you, are probably looking at 4G LTE and 5G availability for, connected agriculture applications and things like that. So again, the locations shift to kind of a purple color when you go to the mobile data, because the mobile service providers don't report based on individual locations. Rather, they submit propagation maps and propagation models showing their coverage areas. But we still wanted people to be able to see kind of where their individual locations are. And we imagine that they might toggle between these two different parts of the map, pretty quickly and in the same kind of use case. So, but as you can see, the map populates based on hexagonal areas, which is we use these hexagonal areas for several different parts of the mobile process, including kind of reviewing mobile speed tests that come in as part of mobile challenges to the data and aggregating those and kind of creating cognizable challenges to areas. So that's why you're kind of seeing these hexagonal areas, but you can toggle on and off over here raw coverage data submitted by providers. So right now, this is everyone that's shown over here's coverage data, and as you can see, there's coverage everywhere using some form of technology. But you could also toggle on. Again, this is raw footprint data, but you could toggle on and kind of see raw footprints of where different providers have reported different technology type or different speeds of technologies and things. Let me zoom out a little bit because I feel like that can be a little more helpful in kind of looking at this data. So right now the default is to show 4G LTE service in an outdoor stationary environment. But mobile providers were required to model 3G, 4G, and 5G, both outdoor and in a moving vehicle. And so right now you can see there's lots of coverage. But once you kind of start zooming out into more rural, less densely populated areas, you can see that coverage starts becoming more sparse, right? And if I toggle on in vehicle, it gets, even less sparse. And then you can continue to zoom in to different areas to kind of see what the coverage looks like in those areas. And these hex areas kind of get more and more granular the more you zoom in. You can turn this gear shift to kind of say, I want to look at in-vehicle mobile for 5G, that sort of thing. And this actually this is a good segue into those other things that were shown, that were here. And that also, when you type in an address, these same options are what you see kind of in this header bar up here. But so if I wanted to just look at one provider, so say I subscribe to, T-Mobile, and I want to see where their 5G coverage is at 35/3. The map will then populate just their coverage, and then you can kind of start zooming into, okay, well now I see it nationwide, but now I want to kind of zoom in and really see what it's looking like at my location. So you can see the hex areas kind of continue to get smaller and smaller, or more granular. Yeah, and it looks like they have pretty good coverage in downtown Washington, D.C. And you can add up to 3 providers here. Similarly, you can search by, you can add a provider, you could search by, I just wanted to look for a fixed provider. I can see that. In the area summary, you can search by state, you can search by county, you could search by congressional district, you could search by tribal areas. You can also download the raw data by state or by provider. So if I wanted to download all the data for Arizona, I could download, the 3G, 4G, and 5G coverage areas in Arizona. I could download by all the location IDs that are served by, copper or fiber or licensed fixed wireless. I could also search by provider. So if I just wanted to download the data for Comcast, I could download it here, or I could go, and then you can also download their supporting data. This last piece is just information about what the map shows, how to use the site, again, kind of providing some narrative explanation of a lot of what I've demoed. A link to our online help center, which is a great resource if you have questions about the map or how to submit a challenge. And then just some information about the data, licensing and attribution, things of that nature. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and turn it back over to Kirk to talk about next steps.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, so we lot going on, as you can imagine. We are working on several fronts. One of the big efforts is on the challenge processes for fixed and mobile, and the Fabric challenge processes are all underway. And we've been reviewing them. Look to be going well so far, in the sense that, the complaints that we're getting are hitting the mark and making out a legitimate challenge. For the most part, we are seeing some issues at the margins in terms of people maybe not understanding exactly the scope of that process, but we're working through that. It seems to be going very well. We'll be continuing that process indefinitely, but working to get things processed as quickly as we can in this early phase. Also wanted, I can talk a little bit about the process itself. So it's on the challenge side of things. There is a structured timeline and process associated with submitting a challenge. So a challenge is submitted. It does undergo a general preliminary review by the staff, which is what we're undertaking now. And those submissions that meet basic criteria are forwarded on to the relevant provider or providers for a response. They have up to 60 days to complete a response or enter a response into the system. If they accept the challenge, they concede what's asserted in the challenge, then the location will be removed as available on the map, or the data associated with it will be changed depending on what the challenge that was about. So you could challenge the speed, as Sean mentioned, or the technology, and those features would be changed consistent with the challenge if at any point the provider concedes them. If the provider disputes them, that starts another 60-day period during which the provider and the challenger, we expect to work together to share information, try to clear up any misunderstandings about the circumstances associated with the challenge, and try to work towards a resolution of some or all of them if they can. If they get to the end of that period and there's no resolution, the provider reports that to us, and those unresolved challenges will come to us, the FCC, for resolution. But we are hopeful that as each stage of the process progresses, we'll see fewer and fewer challenges that will get resolved at the various stages. So coming up next is our second collection. It will be data as of December 31. The window will open on December 31 and close on March 1, 2023. That will be based on another version of the Fabric that will take into account refinements and revisions that are underway now. And we're working to provide additional guidance and to all stakeholders. We should have some materials on responding to fixed availability challenges coming out soon. So I recommend that you keep a close eye on the link that Sean identified. It does change frequently, and we're continually trying to add additional resources and provide as much guidance and help as we can in the process. So I may have missed something, but Sean, anything you want to add on that?
No, I think that's a good summary of next steps going into the next few weeks and months, and just to underscore what Kirk was saying, this is an ongoing iterative process. This was the first draft of the maps that have come out, and we feel like this is the best, most granular data that we've ever made available to the public, but this is the starting point, not the end point. And the maps are only going to improve over time as ISPs get better reporting their data based on these new rules, as the data is improved through the challenge process and other, tools in the toolbox that we have under the statute. And regardless of any near-term kind of outcomes or goals for, particular funding programs, we this is meant to be a long horizon process to account for, locations get built, locations get torn down, things like, unfortunately, things like natural disasters happen that kind of change the lay of where broadband serviceable locations are, and new technologies get deployed, old technologies get decommissioned. So the data is never going to entirely come to rest. It's constant. It will improve and change in perpetuity, and you all are kind of key stakeholders in that process. So, but no, I think that's a good place to probably pause and try and answer some questions.
Kirk and Sean, thank you so much for that update. Very thorough, and really appreciated that. We have a number of hands going up, so I'll go in the order in which they've come in. Andy Bader.
Thanks, Teddy. The question I have is, what is the size of the smallest hexagonal cell in miles, square feet, square inches? What is the granularity that's available to us from these maps?
Yeah, so I do. So a couple of things there. I want to clarify that the hexagonal areas really only apply on the mobile side, and you can. I believe that when you download the mobile data from the data download portion of the website, you are going to get the service provider's raw polygons. I don't think that we're providing that data in based on the hexagonal areas. But if you just want to look at the data on the map itself, the hexagonal areas are actually an open source concept that was developed by Uber, called the rideshare company Uber, and it's called H3. And we use bin sizes. They actually have 15 hex sizes, and we only use hexes 6 through 9. The smallest one is hex 9. And I believe, though, and I've been asked this multiple times and I never seem to be able to commit it to memory, but I believe that it is about 150 square meters is the size, or is the approximate kind of area. I know it's not a square, so I don't think it really equates quite evenly, but it's that hopefully that gives you like a rough approximation of the smallest bin size in terms of what you see on the map. And I can try and look for, Uber has released there's a chart that has the square, the area of all the various bin sizes that you can find if you Google it, and I can try and see if I can find it and share it.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Bajwa.
Thank you, Sean and Kirk, for another great presentation and giving us some more insight into the BDC map. My question is about the location fabric. What is included in location fabric, especially with regard to agriculture, and what are the future? What are the plans you have for covering the land area, the area that are under agriculture?
Sure. So in terms of what points or what locations are included in the fabric data set, we try to include broadband serviceable locations in the fabric data set, but there are active points and inactive points. Inactive points are, some of the things that you saw on the map where there may be a dot for a location that we don't think takes mass market service, but we still have information on that location. But it's not considered a broadband serviceable location. But to your point about agricultural areas, it really depends on a couple of different factors, kind of how the agricultural area is parceled, for example. So if you run a family farm and you have a homestead that's kind of in an individual, is according to tax assessor or parcel data is in an individual, name. And then, you also have the farm office and all the other buildings that are separately parceled. Then I think then those would be, based on the parceling, those would be two separate locations. The homestead would be one, and then a building on the other, the business property would be another. But the general rule is that we try and identify one broadband serviceable location per parcel. That's kind of the guiding lodestar. So, if there's an office and, a couple of grain silos and some other structures on a single parcel, then the Fabric algorithm tries to basically find which of the structures on that parcel is most likely the broadband serviceable location, and it tries to deliver, and it identifies that structure as the BSL, or the broadband serviceable location. So but again, that's all on the fixed side. On the mobile side, none of the reporting is tied to the Fabric. So all of the mobile, 4G LTE and 5G data that you're seeing, that is just based on where the wireless signal can propagate based on the information submitted by the wireless providers. Kirk, is there anything that you want to add or that I've missed on that?
I just would note we don't have any current plans to add additional layers that sort of non-broadband related layers, but other agencies, other stakeholders may seek to do that. I know there's, USDA maintains the crop maps and other resources that may be potentially combined by them or, others, but we're currently, we're not looking to add additional layers right now.
So, just to clarify, what I am hearing is that the agriculture structures, unless there is an office or a farmstead building on the land, other agricultural structures may not show up in the serviceable location data. I'm thinking about an irrigation system or a barn or something, I mean, there is no office building or a house on the property, but those are the structures that are on the property that may not appear in this map.
So I would say, to the extent, there's just a farm, the farm is on one parcel, and the structure, and there's a barn on the structure, then that barn would potentially be identified as the broadband serviceable location. It doesn't have to be a house or an office per se. But there has to be, but it is kind of one structure. So, if there are no structures on the parcel, then nothing would be identified as a broadband serviceable location. But
okay, thank you.
And I should just mention, we've released some documentation kind of explaining how broadband serviceable locations are identified, like our vendor CostQuest methodology. And I'll post a link to that in the chat also.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Adeline?
Thanks, Teddy. First, I want to say, guys, you did a great job. It's really a great map. There's no question about it. Okay, I mean, you put it out there as it is a good. I understand iterative process and all that. So first, I want to say I'm pleased. Okay, but my question relies on this, and I'll give you an example. here at the university, when we go through that new, starting in the fall, when the students come back, we know we have to run 4 to 5 iterative processes in order to get 98% accurate data in our student database. We've done it enough. We know that we have to run those. Have you run any modeling? I understand this is the first iteration, but one, what percent are you shooting for as far as accuracy? 100% is, yeah, I don't know, in IT, 100% is rare. But what are you shooting for, and how many iterations do you anticipate it taking to get to some goal in that sense?
Yeah, it's a great question, Dr. Adeline. What I will say is we built in a number of automated validations and checks into the data collection system on the front end to try and reduce as much as possible errors that we had learned from the prior Form 477 process of things that would skew the data or just where we knew would be anomalous. So we're hoping that kind of the initial product that we have put out is a good starting point. But you know, this is all new, and like you said, I don't know that we'll ever get to 100%. But we are, you know, we in addition to after we release the data, we're still kind of doing analyses. There are still things, and once we release it to the public, we have had people come in and tell us that, like, oh, we've seen this or we've seen that, and that's kind of also helping to inform our informal review. I won't say it's quite risen to the level of an audit or a verification inquiry or that sort of thing at this point, but so I think that we're hoping to learn and move quickly. I hope that it's not, you know, multiple cycles of things but I think that we tried to do a lot of work on the front end to get to as positive of a place as we could with the first release.
Good, thank you.
Senator Osley.
So this may be a very basic question for someone who doesn't have the expertise that so many of you have, but did I understand you to say that this map is reflecting 25-3?
So it can reflect different things, and I apologize. I think I skipped a step in the demo. You can turn on different. You can set different speed thresholds, and you can set different technology parameters in the map. The default when you first type in a location is 25-3, and that's using any fixed technology. But if you wanted to filter out certain technologies, like you just wanted to see where fiber was, or if you just wanted to see where, you know, I can only, you know, where a 100/20 or something higher than 25-3 is, you can hit the gear shift next to, you know, the location information, and you can kind of filter for different texts and speeds.
Okay, so that's the first question. That's helpful. Secondly, do you, and I know this isn't you all, but do we have an idea of what iteration of the map is going to actually be used for funding purposes for the BEAD? I mean, how long is this challenge process actually going to last?
So I will ultimately defer to our partners at the Department of Commerce and NTIA on administration of BEAD, but I do believe that they have encouraged people to submit challenges as quickly as possible. And I think that what they have shared in consultation with us is that, you know, if they're encouraging people to submit challenges by mid-January in order for them to have the best opportunity to work their way through that process that Kirk was describing in time for when they plan to make their initial allocations, which I believe that they've said they're planning to make the initial allocation sometime in June of 2023, I think. But don't hold me to that. I don't want to speak on their behalf.
I get it. Thank you.
Excuse me.
And Sean, to clarify on that one, I mean, the challenge process can still continue, right? It's not just
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was trying to, you know, before we got into the Q&A. You know, that is for the B program, I think, which I understand why people have a lot of focus on. That's a very important program, but we want your challenges well after that date because we want to continue improving the map for all the other funding programs and reports and other purposes that this state is going to feed into.
Okay, thank you. Heather Hampton Noddle.
Caught me by surprise. I was trying to type some notes. So first, thank you and great job identifying the pieces within the fabric, like headquarters and so on. They even gave us 2 on our home site. So I better put something out in that shed. Thank you. Problem was I was kind of laughing here to myself because as I was trying to then see, so which providers, because at a glance, if you were to search rural Illinois, it'll say 100% coverage at 25.3. So I could see some people saying, woo, we don't have to worry about that. But then whenever I drilled down, it just took about 10 minutes for my internet to catch up. But it showed, like, for example, I pulled up our home here and it's showing that we, in theory, get 2510 for business service. And the fastest speed test, I just ran a speed test for the heck of it. I'm getting 10.79 down. And this is the fastest upload I've ever had in 19 years at this site, 3.43 ever. Just in the last 2 weeks have I gotten above 3. So I guess my question becomes, whenever we have, and then I started to look for fields, and then I noticed it says not a mass market. So it didn't even have data, but it didn't say coverage not available. Is there a way to submit a challenge based on, let's say, hypothetically 75 different fields, where we know we're not getting that mobile wireless that we need to make even basic precision agriculture decisions right now? So is there a way to do that, or do I need to just set aside about 3 days to just file challenges with the FCC on every field?
So if you're using a mobile, if you're connected over like a mobile wireless hotspot, so if you're using, I'm gonna pick on T-Mobile. If you're, connected over T-Mobile on a hotspot, then that is the one place where we actually do need speed tests to challenge the data. And right now, on the consumer side, the only speed test application that has been approved for this purpose is our speed test app, the FCC speed test app, which you can download from the Google Play or Apple app stores. We do need, if the goal is to challenge the mobile wireless coverage in some of these fields and things, again, fields without structures won't be reflected in the fabric. So it's not so much a location challenge or a fabric challenge. It's really going out and, unfortunately, yes, we're going to need someone, whether it be, and look, there's ISPs can participate in this process. So there may be a competing ISP that's out there doing drive testing and they're going to challenge the claims of somebody else. But because you said 2510, that makes me think that maybe, is it a fixed wireless service that you're subscribed to, or?
Yes, so I apologize. I did mix the 2 examples.
No, that's okay.
Because that's what we need to function,
Mm-hmm.
To actually make the dream come true. But the one I mentioned on the 2510 that's listed here for business rates is a fixed wireless provider. So it's not the mobile.
Yeah, so
fields.
Yeah, so for them, because they're fixed wireless, again, that speed test data won't form the basis of a challenge, but it can come in as that informal consumer complaint. And if there are other customers of that service that also go through that process, then in addition to them kind of having to respond to your individual consumer complaint, we may start spotting trends that may cause us to initiate a verification inquiry or some other kind of investigation into whether they're actually capable of delivering that level of service based on their technology, the spectrum they're using and the other resources. Sure.
I'm laughing again because T-Mobile made the list at a whopping 0.2 download and 0.2.
Yeah, the
They
way
are.
they the way their business model works is they are willing to make the service available to anyone, but only in certain areas can they make it available at like a certain expected speed. So they wanted to report that they make the service available, but there isn't a speed guarantee in a lot of locations. So yeah, so it shows that
Correct.
0.2, which is kind of an interesting thing in the system.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, Sean and Kirk, really want to thank you for taking the time to be here with us today, spending the extra minutes here to answer some questions. I want to reiterate what Dr. Adeline said. I mean, this is a great first step. I mean, this is, you have given the public now something to react to, both the providers as well. And I know it's going to get better, right? Folks are going to challenge. We're going to continue to upgrade the technology. We're going to get better information in. But I really do think this is a really, really good foundation that we can continue to build upon. So, and thank you again for being here with us today to give us the update. And I'm sure it won't be the last time either.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. I did see Dr. Laura Langenek come on for a minute there. I believe she's on. Sure, let me make sure I check the list.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're here. Awesome. Well, thank you for being with us today. You're the Director of Agriculture at the Glenwood Center for Regional Food and Farming. I'm sure you'll tell us a little bit more about yourself, but this is the presentation of Resilient Agriculture. So I'm excited to hear what you have to share with us today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, great. Thank you. And I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this meeting. I do have one technical question. I need to share my screen. Maybe I've got that. Let's see.
And I can let you know when it's sharing.
Okay. Share. I think it might be. Let's see. So are you seeing?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Can I have someone walk me through the tech on this particular platform? I've got, let's see. I'm looking at entire screen window. Wait, here we go. Maybe that'll do it. Yep. I think I found it.
Okay. Yes.
How about now? Excellent. Okay. We got the tech out of the way. So yes, I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this meeting. When I accepted the invitation, I hadn't really thought a lot about or thought at all about my own career and how precision agriculture has been a part of it, primarily because I was involved in precision agriculture way before I think many people were thinking about it. And then my career took me in other directions. But just a little bit about me. I'm trained as a soil scientist, and I've worked for about 30 years now around, in general, issues of sustainability of food and farming. And I just said, I got started in my work or in my career, actually working on a very early precision ag project at the Beltsville Agriculture Research Center as an ARS postdoc. And in the process of preparing for this talk, I really enjoyed thinking back to those days. The main reason being that in order to do that work way back in 1993, I had to get clearance from the Defense Department to use GPS location systems. We needed a pickup truck to get all the equipment out to the field. And as I was walking around locating sites in the field, I was carrying about a 50-pound backpack with an antenna or a sensor of some kind poking out the top of it, so that the whole thing was about 10 feet tall. Anyway, wow, times have changed. So what I wanted to do today, what I've tried to do with this presentation is basically create some space for some thinking and discussion about how precision farming can support agricultural food and farming resilience. And I want to frame this talk or frame this and I have framed this presentation in sort of those big picture concerns about 21st century challenges to food and farming. So a brief warning, we've had some, I joined the meeting about a half hour ago, and clearly lots of very specific questions about technology and coverage and speeds. And I just want to warn you, you might want to put your seatbelt on, because we're gonna head to a really big picture, the big picture of food and farming, and then move down into a little bit more detail. So as I said, I decided to frame this presentation in these big picture challenges to agriculture. And the reason is that I see and many others see that we're at a point in time in our culture that we need to be thinking about big changes to the way that we eat. And these are just a few examples I'm showing you here of expressions of this recognition of the need for transformation. There's generally a lot of agreement from all different sides to this question that we are facing, for the first time really as a species, we're facing multiple limiting factors for the key resources that we need to feed ourselves. Some of these include land availability, water quality and quantity, soil quality, agrobiodiversity, energy use, and also a stable climate. And on the right-hand side, you see that's a classic example of that idea of safe operating space and the major ideas about how major global systems are being influenced by human activity, and agriculture is involved in nearly all of them. So within agriculture, it's incumbent upon us to think about how we might change the way we feed ourselves. And I see a lot of potential in precision ag at addressing nearly all of those, and actually all of those bullets. So
you just have the first slide up. You just have your cover slide up. It's not advancing. Your slides aren't advancing yet. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Thanks for letting me know. It's advancing here.
If you go back to are you in presentation mode?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what we're seeing is the non-presentation. Maybe you can just keep it in the non-presentation mode and click through the slides. You'd probably be able to see it.
Okay.
It shows pretty big, so it's good. Yeah, now it's on seconds.
Is that working?
Yep.
Huh. That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, so as I've already described this slide, so we'll just move right on. So there's been a lot of discussion about what this transformation needs to look like. And there are many different from global, international, and national discussions going on about this transformation. And I just wanted to share specifics from one effort. This is the UN FAO have a long-term series that they call the Future of Food, and they bring together the reason I'm including or showing this as one example is that this particular program, the UN program, actually has a very specific kind of approach to thinking about what this transformation might look like. And the key feature of this program is that the UN regularly convenes stakeholders from all across the agriculture community and asks them not to find compromise in these solutions or strategies, but to actually find areas of consensus. So that's a very powerful way to begin to think about how we move forward in food and farming. And so these are some specific strategies that were developed in one particular meeting of the Future of Food series. But I choose them because they actually provide now some more practical, and we're getting more down to earth about how we achieve this transformation. So some of the strategies that were identified in this particular convening of the Future of Food was manage for high yields in healthy ecosystems, significantly reduce waste, shift the purpose of agriculture to nutrition, measure whole system sustainability, engage small and mid-sized food and farm businesses, develop appropriate technologies for a diversity of production systems, reward performance that enhances the public good, and then adapt institutions to support these goals. And as I think about this list of strategies, I see some strategies that precision agriculture is already supporting and pursuing, but I see other strategies, particularly shifting the purpose of ag to nutrition, engaging small and mid-sized food and farm businesses, developing appropriate technologies. Those particular strategies, I think, call or ask more of precision agriculture. And that's what I want to dig more into now with the remainder of my presentation. I want to invite you to think about how precision ag, or if precision ag has a role in all of these goals. Is it fine for as a part of the agriculture community to focus on just a few? And that's where I'd like to go with the rest of the presentation. So as these strategies of transformation, and I imagine none of them or most of them are not new. We've spent a decade discussing these kinds of the need for transformation and then strategies to get there. And the way I think that this shows up in the agricultural community is all sorts of different ideas and solutions to the transformation and pathways to the transformation of agriculture. I'm not going to go through all of these different solutions, but what I want to say is that as I was looking at this landscape and trying to understand solutions and how we support those strategies to transformation, what I noticed was that no one particular way of doing agriculture, system of agriculture, actually addressed all of those strategies. And so I was trying to work in my own work, trying to understand how we choose among these different strategies or these different systems of agriculture that are being presented as solutions, and whether or not we need to begin to bring together some of these different systems of agriculture to actually find a solution. And it was in this work that I ran into resilience. And I just want to share a little bit about resilience. A lot of people are talking about it today. The word is really being used a lot. And I think that we would be best served to have a little bit more clarity on the word, what it means, and how to use it when we're thinking about food and farming transformation. And as I learned more about resilience in this search for understanding how to assess different solutions that were being presented, I saw real potential in using resilience as a way to do assessment, as a way to design new systems, as a way to develop new management practices for transformation. And part of the reason is that resilience science in general is a system science. It is based in ecology, and it also gives us new language and tools to shape change in complex situations. And it's this giving us new language, new frameworks, new concepts to shape change was what really got me interested in digging more into resilience. And as I started digging, one thing I learned, which made it difficult to learn, and also I think is actually at the root of a lot of the confused use of the term resilience these days, is that it turns out that resilient science has actually been developed in parallel in at least 4 different disciplines. And each discipline uses sometimes the same term to mean different things, sometimes different terms to refer to the same concepts. And it can be really confusing, particularly when you're first learning about resilience, to parse these differences among these different disciplines. And it turns out, if you look carefully at the resilience concepts developed in these 4 different areas: engineering, psychology, ecology, and then hazard analysis, risk assessment. You can think of that as disaster management. What you find out is that they each are addressing, or they're addressing very specific aspects of whole system resilience, but they're not addressing the whole system. And as I looked more into the differences, what I saw is that it's actually the resilience that's been developed in ecology that is most applicable to agriculture and food systems. And that's because this type of resilience thinking, which is called social ecological resilience, is specifically focused on understanding the interaction of humans in nature. So it's very well suited for thinking about food and farming issues. And so everything that I say from here on about resilience, when I refer to it, I'm drawing on the concepts, principles, practices in social ecological resilience. So I wanted to just share a few of those concepts that I have found particularly useful in my work in agriculture. And the first is that resilience is about a whole lot more than simply bouncing back. So resilient systems actually express, or designed to express, 3 different complementary capacities. And bounce back is in there, that's that recovery capacity. But I think it's actually the other 2 capacities of social ecological resilience that are more useful to thinking about food and farming. Response capacity is the ability to design and manage a system so that it can respond to disturbance in ways that avoid damage or reduce damage. Recovery capacity, that's the old bounce back idea. Here in social ecological resilience science, what we think about is designing a system so that it can bounce back quickly and at low cost. Transformation capacity is a third complementary capacity that is very unique to social ecological systems, humans working with nature, because transformation capacity speaks to the ability to recognize when it's time to change a system, when the system is being impacted by disturbances and shocks, or the system is no longer performing in the way that it was designed to perform. That there are ideas and concepts that we can use to think about how we transform that system. So resilience is response, recovery, and transformation. All 3 capacities must be designed and managed for in order to create a resilient system. I'm not going to go through these particular behaviors. I've given you some references. You can really dig into this if this interests you. I'm showing you this list of resilient agroecosystem behaviors just to alert you to the depth of the science that has been developed around these ideas. And so as you can see, lots of different behaviors within a farm system or a food system that we can that are associated with having these three complementary capacities: response, recovery, and transformation. And I look at this list in the context of precision agriculture, and I immediately think, okay, what can we measure? Which of these behaviors are particularly amenable to doing some kind of measurement, collection of data, aggregation of data, and analysis? And so as I learned as I dug into resilient science, I appreciated things like the agroecosystem behavior, but I did have a question, and it was, okay, how do we do that? How do we use this practically in agriculture? And so for the last decade, I've been involved in a case study, national case study research, speaking to leading, award-winning, sustainable, climate smart, organic, regenerative farmers all over the country, to understand how they think about resilience and how they view their assets under management as contributing to the resilience of their farm. And I just want to share a couple of those practical lessons learned about resilience with you. And the first is that resilient producers intentionally cultivate a diversified portfolio of assets. So I'm speaking about the assets under management, the natural resources, the people that are being managed, the social network that the farm operates within, finances, and also built or technological assets. And I'm sharing this, I'm using this particular language, industrial, sustainable, and resilient, only to sort of to turn up the differences between a type of agriculture, which I'm calling here industrial, that favors using purchased inputs to create commodity products. And sustainable kinds of agriculture favor using, promoting ecosystem services to provide some of the inputs needed to produce more value-added or identified products. And what I learned talking with the farmers across the country over the last decade is that actually resilient farmers really make an effort to use all the resources available to them, whereas industrial producers focus a lot on, put a lot of focus on financial and built or technological resources. Sustainable farmers, you could argue, put more focus on natural, human, and social resources. It turns out resilient farmers are really trying to draw from a full toolbox and also to cultivate a full toolbox of assets. A second idea, which I think has particular relevance to precision agriculture, is it turns out that social ecological resilience suggests that there is danger in efficiency. And I think this might be one of the most difficult lessons that resilience science can teach us, because it really pushes on and challenges our modern ideas of efficiency. But I also think that it's worthy of consideration. And what you can see in this particular graph is that that efficiency or too much diversity both tend to create fragility in systems. This particular theory is based on looking at diversity and simplicity in ecosystems and also in social systems. And that window of vitality there at the top of the curve, that is describing the function and processes in healthy native ecosystems. So a lot here to unpack. I just thought it was important, particularly in the context of this presentation, to point out that social ecological resilience has I think a lot to teach us about the role of precision, about the role of diversity. And in my own work, I see I have witnessed personally many times assumptions that are being made about efficiency or diversity. And I have seen different approaches to this idea, and both of them fail to understand that there is a sweet spot, or that window of vitality, which resilience, social ecological resilience science suggests that is what we need to be focusing on meeting in our design and management. Another lesson that the farmers and ranchers I've been working with over the last decade have taught me is that although there's a lot of complexity in the basic science of resilience, when you're actually using it to design and manage a farmscape or landscape, you can really boil it down to 3 rules of resilience. And this is how the farmers and ranchers tend to think about it. The first rule is that resilient systems cultivate diverse relationships of mutual benefit. So the focus among these farmers is on the relationships between the different parts of their farming systems. And they design those farming systems to, as well as they can, to create mutual benefit between the different parts. The second is that resilient systems cultivate regional self-reliance. I think this might be the hardest rule, or the rule that pushes conventional agriculture and perhaps precision agriculture as well. The most, it's going to challenge the ideas that we currently have about it. Because the idea of regional self-reliance is that we're sourcing inputs, energy, materials from the region rather than from a global network. And we're also distributing products to a regional network rather than a global network. So a lot to unpack there, but there's a lot of support for the idea in the scientific roots of resilience to suggest that we really, a resilient system needs to be thinking about regional sourcing and distribution rather than global. And then the final is that resilient systems, the final rule, the resilient systems cultivate the common weal. And you can think of this as community well-being. Common weal is this older word that really speaks to wealth generally, all the things that a community needs to be wealthy, including healthy natural resources, social networks, etc. So I just want to finish up with a quick look at how I see taking a resilience perspective, how I see precision agriculture and digital technologies more generally, examples that I've seen within that world that are actually embracing some of these ideas of resilience. So for me, they're good places that we could start having a conversation about how precision ag and digital technologies might be able to cultivate resilience. So the first is there's a growing discussion in the precision agriculture literature around this idea of whole farm planning. So thinking about the farm as a whole, and then developing goals for that farm and monitoring progress towards those goals with this new idea of precision agroecology. And so in this literature, I see a sincere effort to bring together precision agriculture and these notions of thinking about managing ecosystem services on farms as a way to reduce the need for inputs on the farm, use of inputs. So we're using ecosystem services to provide those inputs rather than purchased inputs. So this is the idea of precision agroecology, and some general strategies within this idea of precision agroecology is to support interactive social ecological monitoring. So that monitoring piece is important because we are innovating a new way of feeding ourselves. We need to have be able to ask the question, did that design work? how did that change in management affect our ability to meet our goals with this farming system, and so on. So supporting interactive social ecological monitoring and also scenario analysis, very important piece. Really want to be able to support farmers, policymakers, and others in the food system to be able to answer what if questions. What if questions. The second important piece is that precision agroecology prioritizes stakeholder empowerment. And so these are things like working out cooperative ownership or farmer agency around data, collections of data, developing interactive, easy to use and interactive interfaces between the data platforms and the farmer, and then different kinds of platforms that are going to help farmers make practical management decisions. The third is that precision agroecology promotes ecological health and human well-being. So we're really trying to broaden the goals beyond just efficient use of inputs. And then finally, precision agriculture cultivates participatory processes, and this speaks again to the agency of farmers and the ease and just participatory use of both of the data collected and also of the data and how it's analyzed. And then I just want to remind you again, as we're thinking about precision agroecology, one possible way into thinking about how precision agriculture can support that sort of an approach is to remember that we've got this set of resilient agroecosystem behaviors. The research is already out there. The application of these behaviors, they're good examples of that as well. And so I think the next step for precision agriculture would be to look at these, understand these behaviors, and think about how we can sense these behaviors on farming systems and develop that data in a way that then makes it useful to farmers in their decision making. Another way into thinking about whole farm precision agroecology would be to turn back to these strategies and ideas for transformation, and to begin to ask the question, how can precision agriculture measure, monitor, and help farmers manage some of these big picture questions that are involved in strategies for transformation? So a second way that I see precision agriculture, some uses of precision agriculture really beginning to lean into and be part of a leading edge of community well-being is supporting whole community strategies for emergency management. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I imagine some of you could be wondering, why am I talking about community emergency management in a precision agriculture presentation? But I'll answer that question. As I've worked with farmers around the country, I teach climate risk management planning workshops around the country with different farming organizations and also technical advice, technical assistance organizations. One question that's come up a number of times, and it intrigues me, and that is, is there any way we can use the technologies that are already deployed in rural areas for precision agriculture? Can we reuse them when needed, or can we add some functionality to those technologies by bringing them into some kind of disaster management network? And so again, you've got some references there. You can look into this. But what I see, the elements of whole community strategies for emergency management that I see are particularly relevant to community resilience include goals within this movement of whole community strategies of understanding community complexity. I see lots of potential for precision ag technologies to help with mapping community complexity, for example, recognizing community capabilities and needs. Again, precision agriculture could help with mapping networks of resources, for example, or certain community members that bring specific skills that would be needed during disaster planning and management. Fostering relationship with community leaders, building trust through partnerships. When I looked into this literature, what I saw over and over again was the need to create collaborative work that will then, in the relationships built during that collaborative work, we create the trust and partnerships that are needed for community resilience, empowering local action, and then strengthening social infrastructure networks and assets. So I see a lot of potential for digital technologies to play an important role in whole community emergency management or disaster planning. And the way this connects with precision ag is the idea that we may have already have some of the technology deployed in rural areas that we can repurpose when needed to do some disaster management planning. And then finally, there we go. And finally, the last application now, I want to leave the whole farm and then think more generally about community level resilience planning. And there's a type of community resilience planning called city region resilience planning that has been around for perhaps 20 years. It has been innovated in Australia, and there's also quite a bit of work being done in Asia and Europe around this idea. It's basically the idea that we need to expand the scale of city or municipal regional planning to include the surrounding countryside, the surrounding landscape, and then think about how as a region we can begin to develop relationships of mutual benefit that support resilience of many of the critical resources that communities need to survive. So water, food, power, transportation, those sorts of resources. So again, this is an idea that is developing in other major developed economies. I have not seen an example of a focused effort to do this in the US. So I see this again because of the deployed network of digital sensors and monitoring and all of the tech that could be purposed to help think about the relationship of landscape and city and populations and movement of resources and distribution of resources through this larger idea of a city region. And I just want to finish to focus a little more closely on the kinds of projects that I am aware of in the US that are taking the city region idea and thinking about it. And there are several different food systems groups that using different technologies and different perspectives or contexts for their work have all begun to arrive at this idea that a national food system, a resilient national food system, actually involves diversification and re-regionalization of our existing food system. So again, another big idea. I've written quite a bit about this, and you can also find other authors that have written about this. But the basic idea is that a transformation of the US food system would involve a nationally integrated network of metropolitan food sheds. The way I look at this map is we're showing there, it's showing city region food systems that are then integrated nationally to achieve to create a food system that can feed everyone. So I'll stop there. Lots of big ideas, and you can learn more about my own work in a few resources I've shown here, but I'm happy to take a few questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Langnick, for that really interesting presentation. We do have a first question coming in from Heather.
Yes. Well, first, I just want to say thank you for putting people back into the equation, because as someone spending a lifetime in rural, it's nice. What I have observed lacking, I think, in a lot of corporate strategies is the social outcomes. When you talk about efficiency, and then to what end? You know, if 3 farmers can farm 1 county, is that a win at the end of the day? And we've thought about that in our own farm as well. But I do have some questions though, because one strategy, Laura, that you mentioned was, let me see, shifting the purpose of agriculture to nutrition. And so my question then becomes, does that mean shifting away from renewable fuels and plastics and fibers for not only clothing, but construction and these ongoing purposes that people look to as they grow and evolve? Or was that just more a statement of, is it more of a value statement about commodity production only leads to calories, not necessarily nutrition? So I was curious about that.
Yeah, from my read of that discussion, which is complex, ongoing, and international,
Yeah.
but my understanding is that it's about recognizing that calories are probably not the best way to measure the influence of agriculture on human well-being.
Okay. Well, and there's part of me that says, well, that makes golden rice a more meaningful proposition, where it may be genetically modified, but we've also added vitamin A and reduced blindness, right? So that's an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Then I had another one when we talk about precision agroecology, and what it really, I guess, when I think about that at a farm level and the implications for that, it kind of becomes an exercise in material accounting. And it seems to me that a lot of small family farms don't have the capacity to do that on a regular basis. So when you talk about platforms, what are you seeing on the horizon, or do you see currently that allows or reduces some of that data entry and verification burden that could basically cut a lot of farmers out of the process otherwise?
Yeah, this is an area I'm actually actively working on right now in my work with Glenwood. And what I'm seeing from where I stand in this, I'm seeing a lot of energy, effort, and resources going into reimagining collaborative, cooperative platforms, using the very well understood and well used idea of cooperatives in agriculture and extending that idea to use of data for management. And some of the references that I included in that slide speak to this specifically with specific examples. But more generally, I see that we are entering into a 5-year period because of the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities projects around the country. We have 70 that are getting started in the new year. And all of those projects have some sort of verification requirement and connecting that to marketing in some way. I see this as an enormous opportunity for us to lean into some of these questions about how do we support small and mid-scale farms? How do we support diversified farms? How do we support diversified farms that are selling into regional retail markets. And that's that diversity piece that in order to transform one of the consensus strategies that has come out of the FAO work is that we need to figure out how to support all scales of farming and all types of farming. And so just by the nature of the Climate Smart Partnerships, USDA grants, I think we have a huge sandbox to play and innovate and think. And my organization, Glenwood, is a regional lead on one of those partnerships. And our role in that particular project is to explore farmer to farm, peer-to-peer verification, for example, developing farmer collaboratives, learning and technical assistance collaboratives. So we'll be working on that in the Hudson Valley of New York for the next 5 years.
Okay, and just final thing, where you mentioned also in the context of the agroecology piece, you mentioned monitoring, and maybe it's just the independent spirit in me, but made my ears peak up a little bit. Like, okay, so what would that look like, and who would be monitoring to what end or end?
Yeah, well, I completely understand that concern. And I mean, that speaks to the idea of prioritizing stakeholder agency and or farmer agency, and that to think about how this technology can support farmers rather than police farmers. I think that's probably somewhat where you're coming from. And so when I speak about monitoring, particularly in the context of whole farm planning, I'm speaking about measuring elements or behaviors of the farm system that are important to the farmer, that improve their management, that answer their questions about how the farm is performing towards their goals. So I don't have an answer for how we do this. That's one thing I will be working on in the next 5 years, working with small and mid-scale diversified farmers to figure out. And also I do see we're not starting from scratch with that. We have 40 years of sustainability metrics for agriculture and food systems. We've got a lot to draw on, and also the newer resilience metrics, some of which I've shared today. So we've got a lot to draw on. And then I think I need to partner with folks that understand the tech, because that's not my expertise, but I can bring expertise around the questions farmers want to have answered. And then ask the tech folks, how do we measure that? How do we do that in a way that is that keeps the farmer in control of their data, and that it helps to answer their questions?
Well, thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Adeline has a question.
Thank you. It's been extremely informative. I have 2 questions. So, starting out as an ag student at Michigan State, we talked about maximizing production, right? And then over time, at UNL, it switched to optimizing. They understood that maximizing was going to destroy the system, okay? So what is the relationship between resilience and optimization? Is optimization one part of resilience? And then I have a second question that's kind of related to that.
Okay. Yeah, great question. Something I have also got taught as a youngster. Same path. We're in the same cohort, I think, moving through agriculture. I think optimization, I don't know for sure how. It'd be interesting to dig into that with some folks, but I think that zone of that sweet spot I described in that efficiency diversity graph, that idea that there is a right amount of diversity and efficiency to create an optimum And I think that curve is really speaking to this idea of optimum. Too much efficiency and the system becomes fragile. Too much diversity and the system becomes fragile. And I think, so I think that's probably a way into that question on optimization.
Okay. So related to that, the legislation that kind of created the task force, or did create task force, really looks at, we're to look at cropland, right? And it'll tend to be those larger operations. So if you look at resiliency, who's most likely? I saw you talked about small, medium. You didn't say anything about large or corporate. So where is the sweet spot in that, and who's going to start to move the ball to resilience, and who we should consider when making recommendations related to, connectivity for precision ag?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I apologize I wasn't clear. I used the language of the Strategies for Transformation document, and those strategies were in the context of the bulk of the resources, the bulk of the innovation, or publicly funded and corporate funded innovation is for large scale farms. So that was the context. And based on what I know about resilience, we need all those scales. And I think that where the change wants to happen in order to realize this transformation that's needed is that we want to become more discerning about scale and think through where does it make sense to have sense against a broad group of goals to have large scale, to promote large scale farming, and where does it make sense for that large group of goals to promote more diversified farming sector with different scales of farms and what they're growing and who the market is. There's a lot of considerations with that. But simple answer, resilience requires all scales.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have one last question from Dr. Bajwa.
Hi, Laura. I don't seem to be able to turn my camera on. Anyway, but thank you very much for a very interesting presentation that has some very new ideas for me, actually. I am representing the academia, and one point you made really caught my attention. That is, relying on regional inputs and the regional markets.
Yeah.
So I'm from Montana. I'm looking at Montana. Over 80% of the wheat we produce goes to out of country. And therefore, when we are looking at the research and crop management practices, we are looking at what those buyers are demanding from a quality point of view. Is it the nutrition? It is some other quality of the product. For example, for bread, how much it is going to rise and how much protein comes to nutrition. But anyway, so in your model presentation, I'm just wondering how, relying on regional markets, what it would do for agriculture, and how does international trade plays into this model? Because any product you take, roughly 1/3 of the product produced here, agriculture products produced here, goes out of the country.
Yeah, that's a great question. And you may remember that I said, as I was going through the 3 rules, that's regional self-reliance is probably the one pushing hardest against the assumptions or the current paradigm, food system paradigm. The short answer, there is a role, and resilience thinking points to a role for global trade in food. So it's not that there's none. In fact, it's important to maintain relationships both nationally and internationally in order to cultivate resilience of the food system. So that's the short answer, but I think a little bit longer answer, I know we're running long here, so I don't want to get into it too much, but I think the question for Montana would be, how are we feeding our own people? Can we shift some of our resources into more regional food production? Or maybe even, well, I'll take even a step back from that. I would encourage Montanans to think about, is this model, growing wheat for the world, the best way for us to promote the health and well-being of Montanans? Perhaps that would be the first question. And then if you decide no, or you just even want to explore alternatives, then you begin that process of thinking through the choices being made in the food system in your region, and thinking about how you might be able to shift some resources, re-diversify somewhat, and to promote regional markets. But actually, it's interesting you're from Montana. I would just encourage anyone who's interested to in this question to just visit the Real World Resilience website and take a look at Bob Quinn's farm story there, because he addresses it in his, I've been working with Bob Quinn for a decade on this project. He's one of the case study farmers, and he really speaks to this question very well, of how do we balance regional needs with current markets.
Thank you, Laura. I am familiar with the Bob Quinn's work, and that again points to the scale of operation. Whatever Bob Quinn can do, 90% of Montana farmers cannot do, because they are not at the scale Bob Quinn is working. But yeah, he's doing great things there.
Yeah, well, then I'd say then the work of the university is to if you think he's doing great things, then the challenge is, and I think it's an exciting challenge, what assistance do the other farmers who can't do it need in order to be able to do it?
Okay. Well, Dr. Lanning, so thank you so much for being with us today. That was I thought it was a brilliant presentation, and really kind of stretches our thinking even where we go with technology in the future, particularly as we apply it to the space. So thank you for taking the time to be here with us today and share the information.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I really appreciated it, and happy to follow up with anyone who'd like more information about any or has a question about any particular point that I made. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Okay, moving on. I know we're running just a little bit late. What we're going to do is we do have some conflicts later, so we'll cut our break short just for 7 minutes. We'll get back together at exactly noon Eastern and get started on the first subgroup. We will give more time during the lunch break to be able to recover from that, but we just need to make sure that we cover this the next working group first. So with that, let's take a quick 6-minute break, and we'll be back here quickly. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and we'll move on the agenda. And the next item is really to look at our first report for the day, and it will be on the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved agricultural land. So I'll be sharing my screen here. Okay. I believe the screen should be visible now, and Jennifer, I know you are on, so I'll turn it over to you here in a second. It's up to you on how you want to walk us through the report. Let me know which parts of the document you want me to focus on as you kind of do your overview. And then for everyone else, I know you've had the documents were shared earlier this month. So if there's areas where we need to spend a bit more time, have a discussion, just let us know where that is, and I will be making those any modifications real time to ensure we're all on the same page. And then once we're all good, where the report stands, what we'll do is do a formal roll call on it and a vote on the report itself. So with that, Jennifer, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Teddy. And I'm actually just going to give an overview of the report and not go through it page by page or anything, if that's okay.
That's fine.
So thank you so much. On behalf of the Accelerating Broadband Deployment on Unserved Agricultural Lands Working Group, I'm pleased to present our interim report. The Deployment Working Group has analyzed what is required to increase broadband deployment on unserved agricultural lands with a focus on being able to meet the needs for precision agriculture, including reviewing the recommendations that were made from the 2019 task force, and now considering new technology innovations, funding additions, and other changes. Based on this analysis, we developed 12 recommendations, and we look forward to continuing our work to further this report, develop this report and additional recommendations. We started our efforts by examining the benefits of precision agriculture to the farm and ranch, as well as to the entire country. We then reviewed the recommendations that were made by the last deployment working group to see whether they've been implemented and which remain outstanding. We did this work while keeping in mind 3 principles that guided our work. 1, all technologies, terrestrial, fixed, and mobile wireless, wireline, and satellite have a role to play in the deployment of broadband precision agriculture to the farm and ranch. 2, broadband deployment funding and licensing decisions must prioritize deployment to under and unserved agricultural lands and isolated populations living on farms, ranches, or other isolated areas. And 3, adequate resources such as funding expertise must be allocated to meet the United States goal of providing broadband to under and underserved agricultural lands by 2025. We've included and updated the outstanding recommendations based on changes that have occurred since releasing the 2021 Precision Agriculture Report. We included policy, funding, and related recommendations based on our analysis of what's required to meet the needs of farms and ranches. And with the U.S. Congress recently making over $65 billion of funding available for broadband deployment, the U.S. government and the states have a unique opportunity to use this funding in a manner that will ensure broadband services fully available on unserved agricultural lands by 2025. But as made clear in our recommendations, this requires the funders to impose a series of conditions to ensure that the funding is used in a sustainable manner to support broadband deployment to farms and ranches. In addition, we urge policymakers to consider the role of private networks for last acre purposes, as well as another method to accelerate broadband to unserved agricultural lands. We also urge policymakers to make policy and spectrum decisions which will help to ensure our agricultural lands do not now or in the future suffer from a lack of broadband or other required communications connectivity. This can be done, as explained in our recommendations, by creating incentives for build-out and ensuring that there are required operational funds available for long-term sustainability of broadband and other communications networks in the most rural parts of the country. In closing, we request Congress and the U.S. government agencies to fully consider our recommendations, both those carried forward and our new recommendations, to ensure broadband is available to all agricultural lands no later than 2025. Failure to do so increases the risk of climate change and can impact the lives of people across the country and the world who depend on farms and ranches across the United States for food and other agricultural products. Finally, I'd like to thank the Precision Agricultural Task Force DFO, Elizabeth Kuttner, and our liaisons, Stacey Ferraro and Michael Ray, for their patience and guidance. And of course, I want to thank my Vice Chair, Haran Rache, as well as our members, Renee Bivens, Garen Hawkins, Anthony Dillard, Betsy Huber, Zach Honeycutt, Cody Light, Richard Monahan, Carolyn Price, Dr. Alex Thomason, Jimmy Todd, and Dominic Walks. And I apologize if I screwed up anyone's name. It was unintentional. And with that, I'd like to turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer, for that overview, and well done with the work, the working group on the report. I think it was very thorough, both in the analysis as well as the recommendations. So with that, we'll open the floor now to task force members for any questions, comments, concerns, edits, any of that. So you can raise the hand up. I can't see it, but
yeah, Shikala has her hand up first.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Jennifer, for the summary of the report. You know, I have asked this question before, but now that we heard the presentation from BDC and saw what is mapped and deployment decisions are made based on the mapping or the map available for an area. I am just wondering whether there was any discussion about what is needed in a map, or what constraints are there going to be there because of what is represented in the map, or anything about the mapping, basically.
Thank you for the question. We actually did not spend time. The map wasn't available when we were preparing the report. So I'd ask Teddy, who's keeping remarks, just to maybe put a comment in that we should go back and take a look at the map. That's something we hadn't done because it hadn't been released, but it's a great idea, and certainly we'll take that into consideration, and I thank you.
We can certainly take a note of that, but I don't know if we need to make any changes. That's something to go back to afterwards, right?
Yeah,
Yep, I
and
agree.
we can take a note of that as well, Jennifer, to make sure that you can relay that to the working group.
Thank you so much.
Other questions?
Yeah, it looks like Dr. Adeline's next.
So Jennifer, on recommendation 3, I wondered, I wasn't real clear. Are you talking about a provider, or are you talking about the farmer rancher getting subsidy to do the last mile on in his operation?
Sure. Sorry, I'm just refreshing my recollection.
Mhm.
This is funding to operator for Spectrum. And the point here, and I'm sorry if we weren't clear, is to have lower, so auctions have a certain price, but is there a way to create, and I'm not going to say a set aside, but we used to have in auctions, for and we still do for certain parties where you'd be able to get Spectrum at a lower cost than a full auction cost. So it's to the operator, not to the end user, not to the farm or the ranch.
So then I wondered if that be the case, should there be some information in there that says that lower cost needs to be somehow reflected on the cost the end user pays? If you're going to discount a lot, and that, so I wondered if there could be a little bit of clarification language, maybe.
Certainly, we can think about that. My big concern is how do you do that? But that's something we can take back. How do you enforce it? But certainly, it's a very valid concern. If you're getting a benefit, how do you make sure that benefit is passed on to the end user? I think it's very valid. So we'll certainly consider it, and a very good thought. Thank you.
Good. So my next question was with recommendation 4.
Dr. Adeline, before we move on there, are you comfortable with leaving it the way it is right now, or should there be language in it at the moment? I mean, this is something that the working group can take a look at and update the next version, or should we need to update that now?
No, I'm fine with next version.
Okay.
So in number 4, in order to add maybe clarity and specificity, where you say, and I do this because as a faculty member and doing research, right, what does small mean and what does mid-size? So I wondered if language like as defined by NAS, an agency that collects data, if you could use that phraseology to say that's what we're going to use for meaning of a small farm and mid-size.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. We can certainly do that if you're okay at the next. We can take a look and see what the right language is, and I'm sure RUS or someone like that has language. I just don't know off the top of my head, but another very good point. So maybe Teddy, that's another one we can note, and if the doctor's okay, we'll address it in the next round.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Heather's up next.
Had too many documents open at one time. Jennifer, one of the comments that had been recommended removed from our connectivity needs report might tie into accelerating deployment. And I did hear you say that the working group acknowledges multiple modes of connectivity and supports that investment across, because it takes everything to make it work. But I guess I'm not reading anything that might recommend intentional fiber build out to rural areas to connect 5G cellular bases. That's something that we think is going to be absolutely critical to enable future proofing, I guess you'd say, the system to prepare for a 6G type environment and IoT. But can you share any discussion you have on that? Or maybe I just missed it in the written remarks.
No, you didn't miss it, and you didn't miss it in the report. We're still having discussions. That's probably where we've been, and this is an interim report, but thank you for your question first. I'm sorry. I think you raise a very valid point. We're still having discussions over preferences of technology over other technology. So this is something that we're still discussing, and we don't have consensus yet, so we weren't ready to bring that up. But to be perfectly honest, we hadn't talked about the use of fiber specifically for that use case. So we can certainly, maybe Teddy can take a note, and we'll certainly look at it. And that's one of the issues that might actually be a very good way to address it, though I know as a satellite operators also provide capacity to certain cell towers where there isn't terrestrial. So I think the issue of how do you balance this in a technology neutral manner, understanding the benefits of certain technologies is hard to capture. And I think we really need to spend some time. That's really a big part of where we're going to spend the rest few months of our term on dealing with that. We just hadn't been able to come to terms with that. So we probably have another half dozen recommendations that we didn't agree on. So we'll certainly consider that, Heather, but probably it's a little premature for this meeting, if that's okay.
Oh, understandable. I just hope that we as a task force can now focus on the idea of, call it future proofing, because these billions of dollars of investment aren't going to be here forever. So that's, I think, something that our group came to consensus around after some initial wrestling with similar points that you just shared. But thank you.
Yeah, and we'll certainly focus on that. That's why we kind of had to cut it somewhere. So this is where we were. So thank you.
Yeah.
Great, Mike Gomes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciated the report, and I appreciated a number of different things about it. I guess I had primarily two comments. I didn't want to change anything specific to the recommendations. Comment number one was it really focused a lot on private LTE and aspects of the networks, but I don't know how much consideration you gave to edge systems and the idea that tractor implement combinations or those kinds of things actually have the ability to cache a certain amount of data and then it offload rather than having to be in constant offload. And so that was my first thing, is because as somebody who's in the business of designing a lot of those things, that's in the architecture of a lot of these systems that people don't necessarily realize. And so my first point was around edge systems, or at least thinking about that in context of where you guys are headed on the future proofing side.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So once again, that was an issue we didn't address fully. We had some very light discussion on this, but certainly if Teddy would be so kind to take a note, we'll certainly return to that and see how that impacts our future discussions. I think it's a great point, and actually addresses some of the issues probably with some technologies like fiber, where you're not out in the field. So I think that's very helpful. Thank you. I may come back to you with some questions on that as well, or invite you to be a guest speaker to talk about. I think that might be really helpful for our group.
Yeah, no problem, because in many cases, those pieces of equipment that are operating remotely are visited by fuel trucks or by seed tenders, or ways that you can catch the data and get it off without having to be in a always on system, but we can deal with that later. Second point was really around feedback mechanisms. You did a great job of specifying A and B and C, but I don't know if we had like we saw today in the map earlier, right? Elements of that feedback mechanism. And so that was the only other thing was if, to me, you were really, really specific about what you specified in your recommendations, but in many cases, it was the rule without any, I didn't see a way that we had a way to measure it. And so that was the only thing I was thinking about there.
That's a good point. Once again, I would ask Teddy to take a note. We have not gotten to that point, and that's something, and if it's okay with you, I would love to follow back up to invite you to come meet with our group on both of those, just to perhaps share some views. It would be really helpful.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Great, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you. Great report. Really interested around the private network and the build out. The one question I had around that was, what consideration did you guys have around accelerating the devices to utilize those private networks? I didn't see much content through there, and just kind of interested in, is that a next phase, or how you guys were thinking about that too? And not only the build out, but again, the devices or the equipment, the handsets, the et cetera, of utilizing those private networks.
So thank you. We actually didn't spend time on that piece. And while I have Elizabeth here, I think we were focused on networks and not equipment, not end user equipment. So if that's something, Elizabeth, we actually didn't focus on that at all. Elizabeth, that's something our group should be looking at. Please let us know. We're happy to do it. We're thinking more about network deployment and not end user equipment. So I defer to you on what's within our mandate.
Yeah, I think that's one of those interesting kind of leading over areas, which is, again, as we're seeing a lot more of the formation of these reports and recommendations, they're coalescing a lot in same areas. So that's exactly what the next report will be looking to, and we'll have, as we meet next year, more conversations where it's sort of the bleeding between groups that will come together. So I think, to the extent, Jennifer, it's the impact on devices, but where the deployment can meet those needs, but that being also then a connectivity need, exactly where those devices come into play. I could see it going in both groups, but again, I sort of think that it's probably worth, if your group is interested, a preliminary look to learn more about where there could be a role for the deployment side to take those devices again into consideration, but also would defer to Heather, and that could be something that, for the looking at the needs and demands of those devices as well, once they're connected to those networks, that could also fit into play there.
Okay, great.
So it's not, it's a gray area. That's not a very clean line.
Okay, so maybe Teddy can just, once again, I feel like, thank you, Teddy, take a note, and we're happy to look at that. It's something we hadn't thought was or I hadn't thought was in our mandate. So I appreciate the clarification, Elizabeth, but certainly we'll have time in the next portion to address that.
Great, and I don't see any other hands up. So if there's any more discussion, just generally, or comments, this is the time.
No hands, Elizabeth? Nothing last minute?
Nope, not seeing anything.
Okay, and if you have issues finding the hand and just want to come off mute, that's okay too. But I'll keep going. So it doesn't sound like there's any modifications to the report as it stands today. There are a number of comments that the working group will go back and take a look at. So one of them being around looking at the map, specifically kind of what we saw today, and updating the report based on sort of the progress that was made on the maps. There's some clarification required around the cost of the spectrum and to who is the lower cost applicable to. That was on recommendation 3. And recommendation 4, there's just a little more specification around what a small and mid-sized farm is. So we'll make updates to that, in the next report. There was a discussion around different technologies, and so more recommendations coming on that in the future, but there's still discussions within the working group today on the various broadband technologies. More to come on edge computing and private LTEs, and sort of how those goes hand in hand, and how the equipment will handle some of the information at the edge. So again, that's something the working group will go back and discuss some more, as well as the devices associated with those private networks. That's another thing that the subgroup will take a look at. And then on the feedback mechanism, again, we heard a little bit about that today, but the working group will have more discussions on that piece and see if they have any modified or additional recommendations. So these were the comments back to the working group, but as I said earlier, no changes to the report as it stands today. Any hands want to go up or any comments to what I just summarized?
Do you need a motion, Teddy?
No, we're actually going to go through and ask each person. So I think
Okay.
Elizabeth will help us go through the roster and say either approve or not approve or abstain.
Yep, and not seeing any hands, I can proceed to the vote.
Let's do it.
Great. Teddy Bekele,
Approve.
Dr. Adeline,
Approve.
Dale Artho,
Approve.
Lorraine Osley, Dr. Bajwa,
Approve.
Andy Bader,
Approve.
Julie Bichelle,
Approve.
Anthony Dillard,
Approve.
Mike Gomes,
Approve.
Heather Hampton Nodal,
Approve.
Bob Hance,
Approve.
Brian Krogh,
Approve.
Jennifer Manner,
Approve.
Joy Sterling,
Approve.
Jimmy Todd.
Approve.
Great, the report is passed.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for all the questions, the dialogue, as well as taking the time to review the report. And thank you, Jennifer, to you and Haran for leading us through this process and a successful approval of the report. And then obviously we look forward to next year. So with that, we finished the first review of the working group. It's time for lunch break. As I promised, we'll have more time, and we do have more time. So let's break for lunch now, and then we will get back together at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, as we've done earlier, as we talked about earlier. So with that, see you in about an hour and 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch break, and we're getting ready to kick back again. Again, the second half of the day here is to review the documents from the 3 working groups, and we will start with the mapping and analyzing connectivity in agricultural lands. Just as we did before, I will share my screen. I'll let Dr. Bajwa give us an update on where the working group is and some of the recommendations, and then we will move into a sort of a Q&A and comments and updates section. So with that, Dr. Bajwa, I'm sharing my screen and I will turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Teddy. I don't know, is my video on or not?
No, don't see the video, at least.
Something is wrong there. Anyways, I think that is not that important, but thanks, Teddy. I want to also introduce Lynn Follensby. She is the vice chair of our group. She's also here. Lynn, feel free to step in, if there are, so there is something I will be missing or you want to contribute. So our working, all right. Our working group was focused on mapping and analyzing connectivity, and I want to thank the entire working group for coming together and putting this interim report, discussing and putting this interim report. Our group divided into 4 working groups and addressed 4 different aspects of mapping, and based on what they came up with, we have 4 recommendations. So I will, just like Jennifer has done, I will give you an overview of those recommendations. The details are in the report. So our first recommendation is based on the fact that there are several software platforms, hardware out there to record connectivity, or fixed and mobile connectivity. And so the first recommendation is that FCC should adopt a standardized minimum set of required measurements. We call it the key performance indicators for all parties engaged in broadband data collection. And also the second part of the recommendation is to utilize existing third-party software and data sets in the federal state collaborative effort to collect network performance data and analyze broadband connectivity. This is just to make sure that when we have a maps, it is we are looking at the same things, not different platforms, different companies are not recording different things. They are comparable. We can apple to apple comparison, not apple to orange comparison. So there are some sub recommendation under each of the main recommendations, so you can read it. I'm not going to go through all of that. The second recommendation is really focused on how the agriculture constituents can benefit from mapping. So what we are recommending is that the FCC, in partnership with the USDA, should adopt a framework. We are describing a framework for determining and mapping unserved. We also call unserved areas as negative space and underserved agricultural lands, and develop a pilot project with the USDA to share the map with agricultural communities through a visualization platform hosted by USDA Agriculture Research Service. Again, looking at if FCC is already doing the mapping, but if ag constituencies were to benefit from that map, it's important that that map be shared through USDA ARS. Farmers and ranchers work with the various agencies under USDA for various reasons, and they are the trusted source for the agriculture community. So we also describe what that framework and framework should be. The part of that is using the USDA NAS crop data layer as the base map, along with the USGS land cover data for pasture lands. And also another recommendation is that we report that data at 40-acre resolution. This is a compromise after talking to several agriculture groups. 40-acre came as a compromise, and since the BDC map came out, we could potentially take another look at that if the group thinks so. The third recommendation is that to establish an interagency coordinating council under USDA guidance, and the council will focus on broadband connectivity data collection, verification, and analysis of coverage on agricultural lands as well as native farmlands to address the broadband connectivity challenges. The council will have USDA agencies, NTIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, U.S. Census Bureau, and the Federal Communication Commission as members, and council will be reporting to the agricultural appropriations and authorization committees in Congress until the 2028 Farm Bill. And under this recommendation, we are also recommending that an intra-agency agriculture connectivity task force be formed under USDA, because USDA has multiple agencies looking at the multiple aspects of connectivity, agencies such as Rural Development, National Agricultural Statistics Service, National Institute of Food and Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service. So different agencies doing different things. So it is important that under an intra-agency task force, they work together to coordinate efforts focused on agricultural broadband connectivity. And another recommendation under that, another sub recommendation under this one is also to ensure that NAS and FCC collaborate to enhance NASA's farm computer usage and ownership survey and agriculture census for purpose of examining the lack of broadband coverage in agricultural lands. Again, NAS is very familiar. They do this on a periodic basis, these two different surveys. Farmers are used to completing those surveys. So in order to make sure that there is increased or good amount of participation from ag constituency in the mapping efforts, collaborating with the NAS on expanding these surveys would be a good idea. So that is why the recommendation is. We are also recommending that language be included in the 2023 Farm Bill to authorize sufficient funds for USDA NAS to expand the two surveys I mentioned, and also to establish new grant programs similar to that as administered by NTIA for supporting outreach, education, and broadband data collection, and a mapping initiative led by land grant institution, particularly their cooperative extension service and experiment stations. Again, these two, the cooperative extension services and the experiment stations, have presence across the entire state, in almost every county in the country. So it's important, if we want a good participation from agricultural constituents, it's important to have a collaboration with those groups. And it's also brought up that US Census Bureau has good data, and so we are encouraging FCC to work with the Census Bureau to leverage the data they collect. Then the last recommendation is in the maps that is produced, or in the mapping effort, to incorporate precision ag connectivity profiles or use cases required to enable current and future precision ag adoption. Again, we are not defining what that use cases should be, and we are hoping that the connectivity demand working group may have ideas or recommendations there. So the three use cases we have been, our group has discussed and come up with is, one is that really low bandwidth with the application, real-time telematics, where you may turn on or off your irrigation system from your cell phone, or will be checking on the location of your livestock or the health of livestock. Those are very, very small amount of data that needed to be transferred. That is one use case. Another is a real-time heavy data processing use cases where artificial intelligence driven technologies are used on the farm on a real-time basis. It requires really high bandwidth and a low latency connection profile. The third use case scenario we are looking at is asynchronous bulk data collection. A drone may be flying over the field, mapping the crop or mapping the soil, and that data doesn't need to be. That's a large amount of data, but they don't need to be transferred real time. The bulk data transfer can happen at a time there is less demand on the network. So those are the four recommendations we have been talking about, and there is detailed information in the appendix. And once again, I want to thank our entire working group for putting their effort into coming up with these recommendations. Lynn, anything else to add?
Nope, I think you covered it all. Good job.
Okay. All right. I can take some questions if there are questions.
Okay, so I'm going to need some help with, let me know if there are any hands up. But
No hands yet, but again, folks, please feel free to either use the hand signal or come off mute if you have any questions or comments.
This is Joy. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Go ahead, Joy.
I wanted to make a comment. I mean, you mentioned, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And you talked about the resolution to 40 acres and that you were open to discussing down the line, making that smaller, particularly based on what we heard about the map and what's available. And I would highly recommend that we do that. 40 acres seems over large to me.
So I thank you, Joy. You know, we have been collecting input on that 40 acre right now. Based on my calculations, the BDC map Kirk and Sean shared this morning, I think that is around 180 acres. So I am open to taking this back to our working group and having further discussions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Heather has her hand up.
I think Joy read my mind. We did not share a text message in between, but I know Shrikala and Lynn had both wanted to visit with us, and we tried to visit a little bit about use cases, and our group would definitely, I think many in our connectivity needs would say to the head of lettuce, but I think in terms of what might be a realistic middle measure is the size of a combine. So I don't know if that's 10 square meters or maybe 40 by 40 feet, but in terms of a granularity and when we look at real connectivity and what it takes to follow the decision maker around the farming enterprise. But thanks a lot.
So yeah, thank you, Heather. So one of the comments when we were discussing this topic within our group that came is that yes, you have to make decisions at the head of a lettuce or a combine head level. However, many of the decisions made are based on map, not having a connectivity at that. You know, in what some of the farmer friends in the or group that talked to our group said is that they want to know in their farm, whether small or large farm, they have a connectivity. Again, this may be a scenario about what sort of technologies are available today versus what technologies will be available in the future. But right now, the consensus was that you don't need to map connectivity at the head of a lettuce level or centimeter level. What you need to know is that whether you have a connectivity from a map, whether you have a connectivity at your farm and what sort of connectivity, that use case scenario, so you can make decisions on what technologies can you as a farmer, should you be, if a technology requires, 100 megabyte connection, whether you have that connectivity on the field to go for that. So that sort of decisions, that's where our group discussion went. Lynn or Michael, by the way, Michael Adeline is also a member of our group. Any additional comments on what you heard in our group discussions?
I thought you captured it, Shrikala, because the question, certainly we talked about the lettuce head. And that's to say that you've got a sensor deployed at that level. Would it have connectivity? And we really thought that if having it at the 40 acre level, we didn't feel it was a point in space on that 40 acres is that it would have connectivity across that 40 acres. So it's really in defining on what is it that you mean? Because all we're going to do is map that there's connectivity related to that 40, I don't know how you would map, an individual plant and show that in the maps that we're seeing.
Yes, and I
Just-
think we recognize that challenge, and I think we kind of observed internally that many of the diagrams we use always picture a 40 as a flat, it's laying on a tabletop type acreage versus the topographic differences we can see within the same 40. And that became part of our conversation as well, is you may have it in the southeast corner, but you completely lose it by the time you move to the west edge of the field. So those were some of the, I guess, the nuances or the realities.
Yeah, thanks, Heather, and thanks, Michael. So I want to emphasize the point that Michael made. Now, how do we map at that level? What Heather said about, mapping it to the equipment you are using at the 10 meter, if it is a 10-meter Carter head, that means that you need to have some mapping device in your machinery you're driving on the field. The other part of the discussion was that there is a lot of thing happening in the in-field networks and edge computing. So even if you have a sensors deployed at every lettuce head, perhaps there is going to be future technology where these sensors would be sending your data to an edge system, and then from that edge system to a cloud, and the decision coming back as a map to your equipment. So again, the decision at that point was it was not necessary to map at that finer resolution because of the current challenges on how we are going to generate that data, and also where the technology will be going. But good point. I can always take this feedback to our group.
Thank you.
Yes, Anthony has his hand up.
Yes. Hey, I had a quick question about the speed test platforms. Do they utilize address locations, or do they use GPS, or what? How do they do that? And do they already have mechanisms set up to share their data, or does that need to be an initiative to try to see through?
So Anthony, I think I don't have the background to say what they are recording right now. What we are recommending is that the test location be one of the measures that is in the standard that FCC proposed, that everybody who is recording the data and sending that data to FCC towards the broadband map have test location as one of the parameter, the minimum required parameters. Without that, it's hard to map it. So again, one of the people in my group, Luke Derricks has a lot of background there. So test location within parentheses, he puts a GPS or service address, etc. But we are giving that it's flexibility for FCC to come up with what exactly need to be included as a performance indicator, key performance indicator. If you go to the sub-comment under recommendation 1, the third sub-comment lists some of what those key performance indicators could be.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I answered your question.
I'm not seeing any other hands, but again, anyone wants to use the hand feature or come off mute with any questions.
I like the recommendation to include the unserved, unverified, underserved, verified, that rubric.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's any other hands up or any other comments. Only comment that I have recorded is the 40 acres seems to be large, so I know the team will go back and take a look further as they do the more deeper dive next year. So if there's anything else, we can move to a vote, but I just want to give it 10 more seconds to see if anybody else has any other questions or comments. Okay, Elizabeth, we can go ahead with the roll call to approve this interim report.
Great, will do. Teddy Bickelli,
Approve.
Dr. Adeline,
Approve.
Dale Artho,
Approve.
Lorraine Osley,
Approved.
Dr. Bajwa,
Approved.
Andy Bader,
Approved.
Julie Bichelle,
Approved.
Anthony Dillard,
Approved.
Mike Gomes,
Approved.
Heather Hampton Nodal,
Approve.
Bob Hance,
Approve.
Ryan Krogh,
Approve.
Jennifer Manor,
Approve.
Joy Sterling,
Approve.
Jimmy Todd.
Approve.
Great. We have a pass.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, for that, and good dialogue and good engagement, and great job by the working group on this interim report. So moving right along, we'll get into the examining current and future connectivity demand for precision agriculture. So Heather, I believe you are up, and as you turn it over to you, I will also share my screen as I've done, and then if you need me to go to a specific spot onto the document, you just let me know.
All right, get your scroll button ready. We're gonna roll. Let's start on page 35, please.
Page 35, all right.
Yeah, and we're just gonna open with a thank you to everybody. Already a thank you to Joy. It's like I don't want to say share the same brain, but she is such a wonderful helpmate and vice chairman. So, and to our members, you can see Seth, Andy, Ranveer, Chris, Cassandra, Ryan, Dan, Jason, Brian, Stephen, Mark, and George have really been dedicated participants throughout the process, and we've really benefited from the guidance and assistance, to keep us on the straight and narrow from Robert, John. Chris is new to our team with FCC, Stephen with USDA, Stacy when she can, and Elizabeth. So thank you guys for everything. With that, Teddy, if we could scroll back up to page 27. I think we'd reported in an earlier meeting of the task force that in order to adequately address our charge, we did hear from a variety of speakers and presenters with varied expertise and backgrounds that seemed relevant to our questions as far as how do we assess current and future connectivity needs for precision agriculture. And stemming from that, then we created 3 working groups or subgroups within our working group. One to look at current data needs and one to look at data trends, one to look at current needs, and what we had discovered really because of those of us, especially who are on the front line in production agriculture and in rural America every day, is that there's a significant gap right now between what we are able to do and where everyone says we're headed and what we should be able to do within 6 to 7 years. And so in order to bridge that gap, you'll find in our recommendations here, starting on page 27, and when I talk about future needs, that was our future needs was the 3rd subgroup within our working group. And that's all the exciting, fun things to talk about. But again, we have to take care of today so we can get there and build those bridges. So as we look at our recommendations here, we'll just do a quick summary. Much of our thinking it's all centered around the farmer as the decision maker. and based on the tenet that the decisions must follow that lead decision maker around the farm. So that connectivity needs to be ubiquitous, not just tied to a headquarter or a structure, but tied to the person, essentially. And so you'll see several of our recommendations trying to support that theme. And so we're looking at targeting existing infrastructure investments to enable gains from precision agriculture. We, in our working group, sense a real urgency right now in terms of call them crises, whether that's food flows internationally and input flows to be able to grow food and fiber and renewable fuel. In addition to that, we see this growing population, and we've made great gains on the front of genetics, but now it's time to say, how can we unleash technology in a way that will help us make even more gains in a fairly short amount of time, about 17 years, according to the UN's population trajectories. And we also see a sense of urgency to target the investments right now. It seems that this historic increase in funding, federal funding for broadband, is something that probably won't come again in our lifetimes. So how do we make wise investments that position us to future-proof the system? And I think you heard us, I say us, but I tried to raise on behalf of our group that question earlier as we look at accelerating deployment, so that we all try to make the wisest use of what we can. So target existing infrastructure investments to enable gains from precision ag. And you can see prioritizing connectivity on working lands, which we call the last acre. So this is predicated on geography and not population. I think this has been a sentiment shared even in round one of the task force, but we felt it really needs to be reiterated and underscored in funding programs. Set a symmetrical standard this year, meaning this fiscal year, of 100 over 100 megabits at the field level and a 1-to-1 gig service at headquarters. Why we said that initially in March, in the spring, when we started to convene, we probably would not have collectively agreed to that point. But as we continually reviewed the future use cases and needs, it seems that this becomes an absolute necessity to capitalize on or take advantage of what the future holds in terms of potential for food production. Include grants for open access tower construction or retrofitting in reconnect funds. So that might be a fix right now to some existing funding. Excuse me, got a call coming in. Farmers and ranchers must be at the core of technology decisions. I tried to share that in our opening. So from data gathering and analysis and deployment, so advantages accrue first at the field level and to the farmer, and then to technology providers in the agri-food industry. Direct a reasonable portion of funding to increased connectivity to support precision ag at the last acre, so that all increases resiliency of service delivery and emergency response in the event of disasters. So we included as an example that may include subsidies to develop low-cost 5 and 6G rural infrastructure that might, for example, leverage software-defined RAN and EPC. We do also have a glossary of terms included in our report this round. Take corrective actions to allow current connectivity and transition to near future applications. So exploring ways to ease licensing of lower bands for precision ag. We see that as a policy conversation. Act now to future-proof food production in the United States. And in our working group, we're looking at 2030 as a year to future-proof the network to support scalable connectivity at the field level. And 2030 is informed by conversations we've had with those in industry that are developing the actual technologies, the hardware and capital type investments that will allow us to take advantage of the future. So when we think about 6G, that's where the 2030 kind of falls into place. If you're wondering why is that a random number? Identify lessons learned from the transition from 3G to 5G to develop plan to avoid pitfalls in the future. and make recommendations on security improvements or guards that are needed in networks, including equipment, add-on tech, and in-operator behavior patterns, endorse consistency across federal agencies, and include Congress in setting uniform standards and coordinated timing of programs. To me, as a farmer, what this is really saying is there is a gap from getting to 3G to 5G, and we've actually lost some reliability, a lot of reliability in our wireless service at this point. Incentivize domestic production of components such as antennas, power supplies, chipsets, modems to enable connectivity now and in the near future. And develop cybersecurity rules and protocols to protect the U.S. agri-food system. Again, we're still in the let's take action right now part of our recommendations. So another theme here is recognize the urgency driving the need for rapid deployment. I tried to highlight a few of those, but encouraging Congress and the administration. Yes, thank you, Teddy, for scrolling with me. I'm scrolling on mine. Not used to not having the wheel here in the driver's seat. But we encourage them to declare food security as a vital component of national security and build a case that precision agriculture helps meet those security needs as well as long-term sound management of natural resources. We also would like the Congress administration to encourage programs that provide redundancy to support precision agriculture architecture to preempt disasters leading to disruptions in food production, processing, and distribution. And build a case that the $42 billion plus in broadband investment in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021 be focused on food production as a matter of national security, tackling water scarcity and food insecurity as well. Then we shift into recommendations requiring action by 2025. Again, hopefully you've picked up on this theme that the time is now. The money is here, so let's get our priorities in order and try to have policies that help us, again, make wise decisions. So we recommend, under a theme of making targeted and informed funding decisions, to conduct cost-benefit analysis of emerging use cases in precision agriculture and consider higher funding priorities for future G public wireless networks capable of supporting use cases with the highest returns. And you can see here we've identified who we think might be the responsible parties or the lead agents in enacting such recommendations. So it seems like there's definitely enough work to go around. Increased spectrum available for precision agriculture, and this kind of steps into the accelerating deployment recommendations as well. In fact, I think some things we had put in our initial interim report have actually been removed because they're almost verbatim in the accelerating deployment report. But we do have a note here to evaluate additional spectrum needed for 5G and 6G access to the farm decision headquarters and IoT device connectivity to the last sensor. To realize 6G use cases in U.S. agriculture, technology spectrum and channel allocation must be aligned and deployed within a reasonable time frame. This may include 6G EPC and RAN technology, sharing existing spectrum bands with previous generations, and use of new spectrum between 7 to 24 gigahertz and emergence of sub-terahertz frequencies. Like again, on our farm, just in the last few weeks, we were talking about this idea of 2 bands where we can work with, call it legacy technologies, and then also prepare to future-proof. So these recommendations are so real, they're so relevant. Next item, develop comprehensive spectrum policy for wireless network use and input from industry stakeholders on adoption of new spectrum into agriculture equipment device ecosystem that focuses on achieving scale through unit economics to allow for affordability at the field level. Auction spectrum for space-to-earth communication for imaging satellites. Adopt policy to accelerate rapid 6G spectrum access, including shared spectrum and deployment to farmlands in 2030 and beyond. Create incentives for service providers to mitigate coverage gaps created during decommissioning of older G technologies. And there, I don't know if Chris Chen is on the line right now or not, but she and I are both saying, feel our pain. Please do that first. Increase support from federal agencies is another theme. So identify opportunities and create a blueprint for interdepartmental ways of working across more than 100 federal broadband programs administered by various agencies. By our count, there were at least 15 agencies that have some piece of broadband policy and programs. Invest in testing new use cases for UAVs and engage the Federal Aviation Administration in promoting safe practices. Then under the theme of standards and interconnectivity, develop ramp of increasingly higher levels of symmetrical service, 5G and beyond data, and interconnectivity standards between non-terrestrial and terrestrial technologies for precision ag with focus on increasing the upload speeds. Studying and factoring in satellite service devices and enabled applications in government broadband and agricultural funding and R&D programs is needed. We also included a recommendation to mention 6G's impact on precision ag use cases and align funding with industry needs by collaborating in the short term with ongoing regional applied research initiatives. Orchestrate new public-private partnership models to accelerate test beds for agriculture using 6G and cloud ecosystems. And then we had a few suggested recommendations for other working groups to consider here. You'll see on the next page, I guess. Yeah. There we are. Thank you, Teddy. And there are recommendations include, and this kind of falls under, I think accelerating deployment picked up these things. So I apologize. It's going to sound redundant. Jennifer's like, yes, we're doing that. We got it. But I'll go ahead and say it to recognize our group's voice, or their group members' voices. So engaging third-party operator and investor community on viable funding models that include capital and ongoing operational expenditures to simulate neutral host infrastructure availability and leasing to tier 1 mobile operators in unserved and underserved agricultural lands. Assess funding tiers based on geographical complexity to deploy based on mid to high band 5G through low band coverage extension network architectures. And FCC develop a strategy to provide a range of licensed and unlicensed spectrum to agriculture for fixed wireless access and mobile broadband. Adopt a strategic plan. Then I raised this question earlier, but the idea of deep fiber distribution in rural areas to connect 5G small cell sites capable of mid and high band spectrum, including CBRS, and a layered approach to 5G. And as Jennifer mentioned, also where those satellite deployments make sense, let's look at a targeted approach and really try to fill our gaps. And ground truth 5G service levels in the field. And I think that that's the mapping working group is picking up on that piece. So those were essentially our recommendations. We do have some next steps identified, and I've taken a few notes today as well, based on listening to other working groups so far. But we definitely have talked about the need to look at models of interoperability between technologies and impacts of private wireless networks on last acre and high bandwidth use cases, and whether there's offload for public wireless compute. The economics of edge compute is something I think warrants more investigation to learn about scalability across many types and sizes of farms. Policy and economic dynamics of subsidizing infrastructure or architecture related to cloud compute. Implementation of regular surveys among farmers or technology providers to determine adoption and access rates, and how farmers can be part of a closed loop feedback. And layered simultaneous use cases and the implication on interoperability and overall connectivity. So in other words, a lot of times you look at a use case in a field rather than thinking about the 5 or 6 things that are going on in that field at the same time and the implications that it may have for bandwidth and connectivity. We plan to reconvene on a bi-weekly basis starting in January. And I may have to beg the group to change the date one more time, given another thing, but that's for another time. Any questions?
I'll drop the screen here, but make it a little bit easier, but I'm happy to reshare as we need to. We have a couple of hands up, so Shrikala.
Hi, Heather. Again, a good presentation, and I can see some, overlapping, some overlap between our group's work and your group's work, especially talking about collaboration between different agencies and Farm Bill authorizations and things like that. But that's not what, I have a question, and that question is about the recommendations requiring current action or immediate action. Did I get there, or did I misunderstand, or is the emphasis there mostly on the mobile side of the connectivity? I mean, the future, like action by 2025, I heard quite a bit of wireless connectivity, but for the current action, am I misunderstanding there?
Well, I think we did have, no, I think you heard me and my personal plea for that action in the short term. But for our immediate actions, we also have things that impact how some of the existing grant programs not allocate awards, but call it weighted criteria, things like this access tower construction that does impact mobile, but in fixed wireless though as well. Retrofitting for reconnect funds. That's one example where when there's money on the table, how can we consider making that program even more relevant to where we see needs? And prioritize it for all funding programs, talking about reaching the last acre, this emphasis on geography, not population. We see that across any technology for connectivity. I was just trying to review some of these just to see. You're right, though. We did mention the 3G and 5G makes us think of cellular or wireless. We go there pretty quickly, but in terms of future-proofing the network, I think that has the larger implications for interoperability amongst all technology types. And then domestic production of components, that's kind of a now because it takes so long just to get any sort of manufacturing up and running. I think other things are more just policy statements to reiterate the importance of food and agriculture as a security issue. So I guess I would say it's not solely focused on wireless, although that is a big component in terms of recognizing that there are significant shortfalls right now.
Okay.
And I think the farming community in general needs time to really get into the FCC map and test it and take the time to comment. But I'm afraid that most people aren't going to take the time to comment. They're just going to say, once again, what does it matter? They're not going to listen to us anyway. I'm just to speak bluntly.
Well, thank you, Heather. I mean, some of our recommendation was also based on that same idea that people wouldn't take the time to go in and do something unless the extension agents or the NAS comes in and make it part of what they do. Anyway, thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Dr. Adeline is up next.
Thanks, Heather. So I read this 4 or 5 times. And please forgive me because I'm an academic. So I'd look through things and I have a lot of questions.
Okay. I think I need to get my tech guys teed up. Be ready. Ranveer, I hope you're on the line. Be ready. Okay.
The first thing that I would mention, though, is in your approach. And as I teach students here at the university, data is just numbers. Okay. And you keep referring to data. What I want to do when I teach the students is you have to take data, convert it to information, create new knowledge. The value is in knowledge. It's not in the data.
It's in the analysis.
And if you could flavor that so that folks understand the importance of the knowledge the farmer has, because that's what they're going to monetize is the knowledge and how precision ag and the technology impacts knowledge and makes them more effective in what they do. Just a general thought for you.
Are you I don't know if we need to follow up offline or not, but really trying to listen and reflect on this, because in the body of our report, there's I think a lot of conversation about enabling things like edge compute and cloud and the type of things that lead to the analysis and informed decision making. And what we were trying to do is say, well, then how do we focus, target our recommendations in such a way to build the infrastructure to support that eventually? So I guess I welcome your thoughts on how to phrase that. And would you yeah. So, would we move to approve today as it is, or should we make some changes in the recommendation tables to, how do we do that? So.
And I'm fine with, the next iteration, and maybe in the first part of your document, you allude to that knowledge is where you're headed, but to the cornerstone to that is collecting data. And these are the recommendations related to data to be focused, but ultimately it's about the knowledge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then on page 18, it talks about artificial intelligence, hyperscale, cloud innovation. This is something that I've dealt with quite a bit, and I would suggest talking about a local cloud. Storage is cheap. You can create a cloud on your farm real easy, right? Doesn't cost much. Then you have a hybrid cloud where I buy storage and interfaces with my local cloud, because I either have somebody that I want to share with that I'm going to get analysis from that I don't do, or I'm going to share with a group of other individuals and do further analysis. And then there's the commercial cloud, right? And so you might want to describe that in some sense, because a lot of this activity is going to take place, as you allude to, at the local level, which is the local operation. So just a thought there. And let me throw out a technical term of something I thought that your paper triggered in my brain. So for researchers, we talk about Kubernetes, okay? And it's creating a container that has all the technologies in it that researcher needs to do their own research. So spinning up storage, spinning up high performance computing, having the software that does what it needs to do. Why not create, with some help, farm Kubernetes, where that farmer can go into that container and everything is in there. They don't necessarily have to have it themselves, but all the pieces are in there. Hey, I'm a corn farmer, and what do I need to analyze the markets? What do I need to know for soil? What I need for storage, where's the markets doing the best? That could be contained in there, and they just run that analysis and don't have to worry themselves about going and getting pieces and parts. Just a thought. It's a wild one, okay? And then
that the entrepreneur in me is like, no, that's cool. We need to get some guys together on that one. It's like a digital ag in the box thing I was talking with some guys about earlier this week.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me then go to page 28. And I'm on farmers and ranchers must be the core technology decisions. Can you explain what you mean there? I wonder. You want farmers to be able to make decisions on what technologies are developed, or where are you at with this one? Reading it, I got confused.
Well, and that's where I apologize. We kind of tried to noodle that around a little bit. We're just trying to say that we want to keep farmers at the center as owners of the information, captains of their own ship.
Sure.
And that type of thing. Now, Andy, maybe you can help me elaborate on this, because we kind of noodled this around a little bit. We just wanted to emphasize this isn't for, all this investment is not just so a company can just go sell Kubernetes. It's to help this individual business at the farm level, make decisions and do what they do and do it better. But Andy, did I address that or not?
I think you did a great job. Actually, Dr. Adeline has asked some incredible questions, and I raised my hand because I was getting ready to answer each of them. So it's perhaps the start of a wonderful conversation that we all should have. On the topic of farmers and ranchers being in the center of equipment making decisions, as we all know, farmers like to control their own destiny. They like to control their information. They're very worried about losing the reins to their operation. And we feel it's important that farmers maintain that sense of control throughout the transition to enhanced precision agriculture technologies, and that they not feel that, and I'll be blunt like Heather, they not feel that, big companies are jamming things down their throat. Farmers need to be assured that they are at the wheel of their operation. That's the premise here. And further to that, coming from a perspective of having worked in some spectrum transitions, it's actually also a way of ensuring that the systems that are enabled are best in class. When we have an opportunity for multiple stakeholders to weigh in on what systems are developed and what's to be purchased, et cetera, it will provide some opportunity for some competition between different companies, different technologies, topologies, et cetera. So there's a benefit there too. Is it a little messy? Yeah. But farmers, we're kind of independent. We really want to do what we want to do on our own farm. And that's where that came from. Can I answer the other two questions you had?
Probably better than I could.
So I wonder if, based on that, could you say that farmers and ranchers need to be at the center of the precision ag ecosystem in order to facilitate moving forward on data gathering and then the rest of the analysis and deployment? If you put them at the center of the ecosystem that's developing, Andy, I mean, I hear what you're saying. You don't want the industry to take over that farmer's decisions.
That's correct. That is spot on. And I think what everybody would be, well, I'd be willing to edit the language here. And it actually ties into a comment I was going to make on, I think, your first question. And that was where you were suggesting that farmers ultimately were going to be the decision makers in their operation, and that we perhaps failed to capture the nuance that what we're doing is providing them the information to make those decisions. And the note I jotted down to throw out to the overall group is this is an area that crosses over into one of the other working groups. Quite honestly, right now, many farmers don't have the knowledge to use this data to make these decisions. And so in the reports that we've issued in the last couple of years and in the ones that we're talking about today, we've highlighted that we need extension, universities, the USDA, et cetera, to train our agricultural workforce how to use that data. So that's perhaps where there's a little bit of a gap, but that's where we really need to go. We need a lot of boots on the ground, I will say, particularly at the extension level, to work with farmers so that when all of this data drops from the sky, that they are able to utilize it to make their own decisions.
You bet.
Teddy, I see that you're making some edits in the document, and I had tried my hand at.
I'm just messing around just to see.
Yeah. You're just trying to stay awake after your sugar rush for lunch. I get it. But it's farmers and ranchers must be at the center of the precision ag ecosystem and core of technology decisions. I was trying that just to see, try it on for size. So at least that's the way Dr. Adeline had said it, and Andy said it was spot on.
Okay, say it one more time. I think I captured most of it.
Farmer, yeah, basically just inserting a phrase here. It goes, farmers and ranchers must be at the center of the precision ag ecosystem. And I put, and core of technology decisions. Or you could say in making technology decisions or something. Maybe that's it. And I'd like to compliment you, or you and Elizabeth, however the agenda was structured, because it seems like the flow of our working group reports, or Julie's going to culminate with a big bang here. I think we're all thinking about adoption and jobs at this point, or I am. I'm thinking about the adoption piece.
Can I jump in here and comment on one of Dr. Adeline's other wonderful points? And so that would be with regard to the implementation of cloud equipment closer to the farm. And I think it's a very important point. It's something that I know this working group that I sit on has wrestled with. I know it's being discussed in industry, that whether we should consider this edge technology to be an integral part of precision agricultural wireless technologies. Is it so essential to be able to manage the data flow so that we efficiently use our wireless and wired connectivity? I would suggest that it is, but it's a bit of a change in mindset in general to consider, okay, we're talking about computer systems, servers, data processing type equipment that is so, it's perhaps somewhat decoupled from wireless systems. But the reality is, you know, our smartphones are doing that data massaging now. There's algorithm work going on now. There's coding, there's compression, et cetera. So I would posit that going forward, we should think about precision agricultural wireless and wired technologies as having a definitive need to have that kind of edge capability built in. And so if I don't know whether we've captured that thought. That's perhaps a very personal thought on my part, but I just wanted to speak to that because I think it's a very important thing to consider.
And that's right. And I think, Andy, I think as we finalized our interim report, that we were trying to strike the balance between acknowledging its significance and importance as part of the architecture, yet stating clearly that the first priority is connectivity in terms of funds and their allocation. So I think that was the, I don't want to say point of departure, but that was our hard stop, was to say we don't recommend that existing broadband funds be spent for edge compute, but we do think those funds need to build a system to scale that can support it. So I hope that helps delineate a little bit for the rest of the task force.
Dr. Adeline, did you have more?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said we've got so many
Number one,
questions.
let's start with, were we okay with, I mean, I can put it back up with the way the language was changed. I'll share it again.
And I'm feeling so self-conscious. I just want to shut my screen down. Not about the report. It's just that kind of a day, that kind of a year, actually. So Dr. Adeline, is he still going to have the microphone, or are we going to pass it around a little bit? Okay.
We're gonna exhaust it here.
Okay. All right.
All right, go ahead. I think the language is okay then, Dr. Adeline, there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Heather, where it says adopt 2030 as the year of future proof. I tell you, as a CIO, I got to future proof now for 10 years in the future. So you're going to wait till 2030 before you start future proofing? Is that, I mean, the horses are out of the barn, the cows, the cats, everybody's out of the barn by then.
I'd like to quote you. I like what you just said. And maybe it was Joy, maybe you can help me out here. And I know Andy's on here and a few others from our working group, but I thought about that even as I read it. And I thought, did we word that the way we wanted to? Yeah, was it to future-proof now to prepare for that 2030 and 6G? And so who has a better memory than I do on that? Joy?
My belief is that we picked 2030 just as that's our target goal to have everything done. So it isn't that we want it conceptually future-proof, but that was our deadline for accomplishing having everything in place. In other words, the future is in 2030. Does that help?
So could you say accomplish by 2030? So it's an end point and not a starting point?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's the future we are building for is 2030, right?
Right,
So,
or with a goal for something like that, right? The idea that it's
yeah.
a target.
Yeah, we want to have our flying cars that turn into briefcases in 2030.
Meet George Jetson. Ryan, I think Ryan's still on the line. Yeah, if we amend this on the fly, can you think of any challenges or any problems with that?
No, I think the way you framed it up is how we talked about it as well. So I think that aligns how we're thinking. Maybe this didn't come across that way.
Okay.
Can I jump in here with another comment?
Yes, Andy, please.
So one of the things that's perhaps not well articulated, but if you look at the dates and understand what happens with agricultural policy, right now we are about to go into a year of whirlwind farm bill discussions. And so a lot of the points that are in this report we've talked about with the understanding that this interim report will be made public. That's my understanding. You can correct me, or Elizabeth, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding, this interim report will be made public, and that we wanted it to be a first place that people could look for some ideas for this upcoming farm bill. The next farm bill will be started 5 or 6 years from now, and so some of the sort of the timing on decisions in the agricultural world, and most people on this call know this, are made at a significant level on these 5-year increments. And so I think that's unspoken here, but I'm speaking it. Maybe you can throw me off the call, but I mean that's kind of what's happening. This next year, we're gonna, as an industry, start to make these changes. And people will be reading these reports and looking for suggestions on what needs to be done to make farming sustainable, both from an operational and a financial perspective in the United States.
Could you use wording such as future-proof the network to support scalable connectivity at the field level, starting with the 2023 Farm Bill?
Much better, Dr. Adeline. Sounds awesome.
Future-proof the network to support scalable connectivity, isn't it? By the year 2030, is that how it ended?
No, you said at the field level with the 2023 Farm Bill.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's very smart.
Starting with the 2023 Farm Bill. I think our group, maybe it's the way we read our charge. And I apologize, I haven't pulled that back up right now. I don't have it memorized, but I'm just trying to recollect. Is the way we interpreted our charge and the idea that we had a deadline, that we needed to set a target. And that's why 2030 became significant in our minds. But Joy said it well when she said we want to have everything built by then, because realistically, to build and launch a satellite, to dig in deep fiber, I mean, just our county alone, we're in year 5 of a 7-year build out for one county. So I don't know, I'm not trying, I'm just trying to speak out loud and represent the group, kind of where we came from and be true to the charge and basically do the homework we were assigned. But I might be off there. So,
I think that the way we've now got it phrased, it makes all the sense in the world, and it puts we've put a lot of emphasis on how strongly we feel about the Farm Bill and what that is going to be able to accomplish. So I think it's really a perfect amendment.
okay. If there are no objections from our other working group members on the line, then let's go for it. I don't want anybody saying, well, Heather, where'd 2030 go?
Well, and you can continue to modify it afterwards too, right? For the next version. So I think it was taking some of the confusion out at the moment.
Okay.
Was there more?
Uh,
Are you just getting started?
Sorry. Heather, the recommendation incentivizing domestic production of components such as antennas. Why? I don't, this one didn't really seem to fit to me.
I know it seems out there, doesn't it? But I guess it was more pragmatic in the sense that we need to connect, and in order to connect, you need these parts and components that at the current time, there are supply chain issues still in obtaining those. And so I think there's just a notion of how can we incentivize onshoring some of their production? Because that is significant. In order to connect, we need the parts. Because we can have all the great goals and even the money sitting and waiting, but if you don't have the goods, nothing's going to happen.
So could you add, in order to better deal with supply chain issues?
Okay, so you want context. You want a contextual statement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that sounds like a good intro phrase to me. And we can think about it here as our meeting progresses if we come up with jazzier language.
You bet.
And, you know, in order to not be stymied, to not have our progress stymied by supply chain issues. Right.
Okay, I'm jumping. I'm going on page 30. And auction spectrum for space to Earth communications for imaging satellites. I wondered about this one. Eros does that right now. I mean, that's their Earth observatory. And that data is free. Why? Why do we need to do that? Is it something unique? I guess Eros is right down the road. Let me just say this. SDSU and Eros has had a long-standing relationship. And they're just down the road, and we have direct connectivity to Eros. And we get their images all the time. And so, but I was wondering why this one?
Well, this came from some of our members who recognize, I think the context for this was more about the need for interoperability and the idea that we need more satellites to help, call it from various locations, angles, better coverage to support the type of data needs that we're going to be needing. So I don't know, maybe the catch here is in the imaging, but I'd kind of like to hear from maybe Ryan and Andy. I don't think Cassandra is on the line, though, is she? I've not looked at our whole makeup. I apologize, even though I've heard the roll call a couple times. Ryan or Andy, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I would maybe defer to Andy. I guess I wasn't close on this one.
Okay.
I have to admit that the imaging, as you pointed out, the term imaging throws me off on this, but I would say at a macro level, the conversation has been that we recognize a need for multiple ways of hitting the top of the combine or the farm tractor, and that integration going forward of both satellite and terrestrial based systems will be vitally important. And so that may mean the need for more satellite operations. And I think this is in that vein, but I admit I'm embarrassed to say I can't understand. I don't remember where the term imaging came from in this statement.
I don't either, because I thought I typed that. And I'm like, and we've reviewed this and everything and that kind of, so would everybody be okay if we just delete the word imaging? I think it still speaks to the idea that we need more capacity to support the interoperability. I think that's the underlying. Okay. Hearing no objections. Good.
Okay. Dr. Adeline, next.
Yep. Last one, Heather.
Oh, hey, okay.
Page 31, top of the page. Investing in testing new use cases for UAVs and engage the Federal Aviation Administration. I'm not sure what you're thinking there. I would think of the safety aspect. Certainly an issue would be is that a lot of our airports are right next to farmland, okay, just because of where we're located. I mean, there's some grass strips that are right next to farm fields, and if you're flying your UAV, right now there's, you can't fly that UAV next to an airport. So that would be an issue, and it relates to safety. But I could see that as being a separate recommendation, the safety issue. The other aspect that I might want you to consider is also, I'm your neighbor. I don't want you flying your UAV over my land and, collecting data, or how do I know that? So some aspect related to that. And then I absolutely agree in creating new, what are some new use cases that, there's some cost benefit analysis, right? Because it's a new toy, and there's a lot of guys flying UAVs because they're cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so an idea would be maybe to separate it out, talk about use cases that we've done with some cost benefit analysis. And then the other piece is the safety security aspect of flying those UAVs. Because as you indicated, farmers, they like to have the privacy of their own information. Well, that refers to your neighbor as well. That's why good fences make good neighbors.
Right.
I'll throw a comment in here just to provide a little possible context. One of the new applications we're starting to see in agriculture is the use of larger UAVs or drones for spraying crops. And so that provides an opportunity for a lot of possible mayhem. I know probably not the best word for me to use in public, but that's a lot different than just flying over someone's field by accident taking pictures. And so having appropriate controls to be sure that that kind of practice does not go awry was sort of part of the conversation here. And who's working on that, and how is that structured going forward? And I think that maybe we didn't totally capture that in the bullet point comment here, but that's sort of the parameters that we're thinking about.
And as I'm listening now, I'm taking this as rather than altering what's here, this is more of as we look in our future conversations, let's dive a little deeper and consider, because you can also see EPA as a player in terms of spray drift and volatility issues, registered uses. So, okay.
Yep.
About it.
May I jump in with a comment on that particular point? I'm just wondering how that is connecting back to broadband, that recommendation. Does it have anything to do with the broadband?
Well, in terms of where where we've seen it on our farm is it's more about the connectivity and being able to get the data even from that. You may be able to have a jump drive on it, but in terms of real-time information and what you can do from your tablet or other related devices, that's where we've seen a connectivity piece. But Shrikala, you pose a really, I think, valid question here. It is precision agriculture, but where is our connectivity overlay with this? And we probably need to ask ourselves that question again.
Okay. All right, so that's to be considered. So any other questions, comments, Dr. Adeline?
I'm done. Thank you very much. Sorry, Heather.
No, thank you. This is really good.
Julie, you've had your hand up patiently.
I did. Thank you, Teddy. And my question, I believe, was answered in one of Andy's comments, but that question was in reference to the 5G, 6G technology. Is that solely reference as cellular technology, Heather? Or did the group really talk about that as 5G, 6G like networks, like functionality? And in the conversation, I've been developing that a little more with the conversation around edge compute. I think I'd be a bit more comfortable if the language was 5G, 6G like performance or connectivity.
I'm writing notes before I even try to respond. I think although we did have a lot of conversation around wireless and its challenges, I think in the context of as we listened to speakers, had guest speakers, and in our broader discussion, it was more about the 5G, 6G, especially 6G like performances. So what's going to enable that promised land to take place? But if there's a wording here, I guess I welcome members of our working group to chime in if there is other subtlety to this that maybe I'm not smart enough to grasp.
I guess from my perspective, Heather, I think the really important part was that there's definitely a wireless component to it and the advancing technology. I don't know that I necessarily have any issue with the word like there. I think as we think about the 5G, 6G, et cetera, probably the bigger issue that we talked about was terrestrial versus non-terrestrial and interoperability between all of those systems.
Okay. And that would be the voice in the room I would listen to right there on that topic specifically. If anybody has experience, it's that guy. Well, and Stephen with Ericsson, those two guys. So
was there any changes required, Julie, to the document or any modifications?
Yeah,
no changes required, Teddy. No, I just wanted to get that in front of the group. I appreciate it.
It's good stuff.
Michael Gomes.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks, Teddy. I'll just start my comments with, first of all, I have no changes planned for the document. All right, so I'll be very upfront. All right. Number two was I really appreciate much of Dr. Adeline's dialogue because for me, I too had to read this a couple of times and then I had to think hard and have a cup of coffee and really look at it and say, okay, now would you agree or disagree with some of these things? So I guess my number one point is that this focused a lot on connectivity when I think per Dr. Adeline's comments, you need to look at edge and localized deployments of clouds and the fog and those kinds of things, because there's elements of curated knowledge at an edge level that doesn't necessarily need to go to and from that may reduce the requirements of connectivity in some of those assumptions. So that was kind of my first thing. My second point was this was written very, very specifically per the charge from the perspective of agriculture. But what it really hit on was elements of infrastructure for rural America. And I thought that because it hit so hard on infrastructure for rural America, if there's one thing we learned during COVID, it's that connectivity benefits both schools and hospitals. And so if you were beginning to get fiber to rural hospitals and rural schools, and then from there, because that's gets the build out to get you through to where you're headed. Again, I recognize that that's beyond the charge of this committee, but I thought that it was worth noting because it fit into your infrastructure plans in a more broad sense. Those were kind of my two key points, but because it's in the interim, I look forward to the next iteration and certainly always happy to help.
And I would hope that everybody feels comfortable sending a note or making the phone call to make suggestions to say, hey, maybe, I guess that's my question to everybody. It's an invite to say, please pick up the phone, send an email, even though I'm still trying to get through some severe computer issues that I suffered in October and the first part of November. But it's that question of, from your perspective, are we on point? But yet still within our charge, because Elizabeth has had to tell us a few times, stay in your lane. Okay. So we get back in there, but we want to be relevant at the end of the day. So how do we help precision agriculture? And Michael, I may be following up with you there on some wording.
No worries, happy to help.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last hand we have up is Dr. Bajwa.
Thank you, Teddy. Heather, your discussion with Michael Edeline kind of brought something to my attention. That is in page 30, the fourth row. It says adopt a policy to accelerate rapid 6G spectrum access. And I am here thinking that, if you are talking about the access to agriculture producers, we don't have access to 5G. So is there a reason 6G was identified there, not 5G?
Well, very good point. We tried to talk about 5G in the current recommendations, and then this one was more for, the 2025. So
okay,
that we tried to address it in steps, but maybe we missed a rung on the ladder there. So we go back and read that.
You probably talk about it earlier. It's just hard to keep track.
Yes. Well, that became, quite frankly, it became dizzying because we had multiple authors into our interim report, and then to try to go back and read and reread. This is why it's great to have different sets of eyes.
There is one at the beginning of the page where it says evaluate additional spectrum needed for 5G and 6G. And that was for in the near term. And then down below, I think Dr. Bajwa was pushing it, adopt policy to accelerate rapid. I guess it could be something around. This one says 2025, so.
Yeah, Teddy, I looked at the first one. It is talking about evaluating, and this is talking about adopting policy. So my thought is, again, I leave it to this group here. My thought is that that recommendation could be more comprehensive. In 2025, we don't know 5G would be available to all the farms. Therefore, we should be moving on to 6G. So I thought it could be more comprehensive, 5G, 6G, and like spectrum.
Yes, and I'm really, Shikali, you've got me looking here. I really thought we had emphasized the 5G need in our, we talk about lessons learned on mine it's page 28. I don't know.
28, okay.
But we talk about identify lessons learned from transition 3G to 5G to develop plan to avoid pitfalls in the future.
Okay.
And make recommendations. However, we don't say explicitly. Well, we do. And up above there, we have this may include subsidies to develop low-cost 5G/6G rural infrastructure.
Yeah,
Um,
Heather, if I might help recall the conversation. I believe the conversation on the 6G was around the spectrum was more the idea that those conversations are happening now, that the spectrum deployment and some of that kind of has happened on 5G, and that the next round of conversation for early on needs to be focused on 6G when it comes to spectrum, but very accurate around the hardware and actual network hardware deployment is still very, very much focused on 5G and coverage than it is necessarily advanced technology. But if I recall, when we had the Ericsson presentation, their recommendation or insight was that we need to start thinking about impacts to 6G and how we can be intentional about the allocation of that early in that process. I don't know if that comes across in the document, but I guess that's how I believe the note came to be that is currently in the paper.
yeah,
In the report.
came to be a priority. Thank you, Ryan, for providing the background there. I'm just wondering though if we need to make some sort of statement, more explicit statement that calls out the need to actually get rural on 5G now, because we've largely been left behind. Or we need more tower, we need something.
So Heather, that could be more discussion, obviously, in the next iteration. Now, do you want this change here now, or just keep it the way it was before? Right here.
Adopt, yeah, I'm reading. Adopt policy to accelerate. I think that's okay. I'm not hearing any objections from other working group members on that.
I'd like to maybe comment on this. I guess maybe I opened my mic, turned my camera on, so I am commenting. I think the issue here that we need to be aware of is that this is a worldwide issue, particularly when we move to future technologies like 6G. And so manufacturers, carriers, et cetera, need some specificity so that they're able to produce devices at scale that can be utilized across multiple countries. And so you'll see in the report here, there was one mention about international coordination. And I think we need to be, and this was covered in the report that we got from Ericsson, we need to be clear that going forward, we're building agricultural equipment and systems and platforms and software that's going to be utilized across the world. And we need the coordination among spectrum coordination entities, among systems, et cetera. And that's probably, I don't know, maybe we've not captured that here, but that was a significant part of the conversation one day. And it's something that I feel very strongly on. And these spectrum coordination conferences nation or worldwide, they don't happen every year. I mean, they happen every few years or every 5 years, et cetera. And so we need to be sure that people have their eye on the prize here on that topic.
And Andy, I'm looking at our comment where we talk about setting uniform standards, but that's slightly different than what you're saying, isn't it? Page 28.
We have a comment, I believe it's farther down, where there's international coordination mentioned.
Okay.
And again, I think that could be further described in the next iteration. I just want to make sure that if we make this change here, is it okay, or should we go back to the way it was before?
I think that change is okay. My only real hesitation is have we adequately addressed the need for recognizing right now we're not at 5G. I mean, these maps, I need time to look at those maps closer, but it's just not, no matter what they self-report.
Yeah.
So.
Dr. Adeline has one more comment. Or maybe on this.
So I've been reading some research that indicates that 6G will never be in rural areas. What's happening is you're cannibalizing 3G to make an enhanced 4G, and 5G doesn't exist in rural to support what Heather says. So you know, I hate to use the notion of 6G and they go, whoa, well, these guys are really thinking far ahead, when in fact, the technology, when truly implemented, will never be in the rural communities, and never's a large parameter. So somebody knowledgeable can use, is there anybody that can speak to that? Or the reason I ask it is, should we leave it out of the paper if in fact, as I read some research papers, it won't work in rural areas?
It
Any
does.
thoughts?
Well, in our paper, try to scroll up there. There's one, we called it the tiered cake, that sort of illustrated how these waves, as they get shorter or, you know, a higher frequency, they don't travel as far. And so I'm right, trying to wrap my head around that. How do we then, is it still going to be a tower type infrastructure to relay that? How can you, is it a technology we've not identified yet, or a piece of architecture that could enable that in the absence of fiber? I don't know that satellite's going to be able to deliver that on 6G, but otherwise you're looking at a tower almost every 2 miles. Think about it, you know, every 3 miles or something, just to really maximize and that's not feasible.
Yeah.
So
So
you're right. It's that, okay, what kind of new technologies or new ways do we have to pass the baton and get this information from point A to point B?
So Jimmy, I think you have your hand up. You may have some insight.
So when you start talking about the Gs in mobile spectrum use, you're going to use all of the varieties of spectrum, just like in 5G. If you look at what T-Mobile's doing, they're using 600 megahertz spectrum. That's not the high throughput, high speed 5G that you hear about being used in the cities on light posts to create a tight mesh. I will agree with you that when you start thinking about 5 and 6G high speed throughput, doesn't fit in rural because of the distances that have to be covered, right? But when you look at low band use, basically the new G is the way it processes information, the speed at which it processes information and allows items to interact. So I would say that as we see, and we are so early into 6G, research and development, that you will begin to see low band applications just like you are with 5G. And as you just said earlier, 3G spectrum is being reclaimed on towers to be used in 5G applications. And that's going to be low band, mid band, and high band usage, right? The same thing will happen in 6G. We just don't know what that looks like yet.
Okay. So I'm thinking, what I'm hearing is now we leave it in and we figure out how to innovate.
Yep.
And enable that. So that's, again, open invitation. If you have ideas on the connectivity side, things you're reading, hearing, learning about that we need to be addressing or researching, please let us know.
I don't see any other hands up, Heather, but I do have one question.
You were so far ahead of schedule. I'm so sorry.
No, we're good. We're good. This is why we have the time. So where we have the discussion on the symmetrical, right? Again, I don't know that we need to change this. It's an interim report. It's not a final report. We put it all together, but it will be a public report. I think I see there that says the standard of 100 by 100 and also 1 gigabit by 1 gigabit. But one thing to consider as you think about with the group is, are we saying that like funding will not be given unless you meet these criteria? Because that's how this translates. And I don't know if the group had discussions on this or not.
We had several discussions, intermittent discussions on the topic in general. And I think we did not address that question specifically. So are we saying this is a condition for funding, period? If you can't do this, don't even apply. We
Yeah.
didn't talk about that.
Okay.
But it was driven though by this future use case scenario. That's where we need to be. So we need to set the bar. I
Yeah.
think that's an accurate portrayal.
I think that's the way I took it too when I read it. It was that this is where we need to be. And we need to be at a symmetrical level because going forward, the needs for upload are going to be just as important as the needs for download. And we need to push it up too, right? Like, I mean, like even 100 megabits per second is not probably going to be enough. However, I do, and the way it's written now is okay. Like, but I do think when we get to the next iteration, that's one thing we have to consider. If we do make as a task force a recommendation that this is the bare minimum, and if you don't meet this threshold, you may not get funded as a provider. That may turn off a lot of providers, and there may be a lot of more areas left behind as a result of it. So again, that's not what it's saying now, but we can talk in the future what the consideration might be. Because I think that's the discussion that went into the previous task force when we had like what should the minimum be and all those types of things. So
Right.
okay, any other questions or comments? All right. So here's what I have. So we do have some of the changes. Let me go back and share the document just so we all know where we are. Yes, this is the document one. So we made a few changes. One was on page 28, farmers and ranchers must be at the center of the precision ag ecosystem and at the core of making technology decisions. So that change was made. And then a little bit further down, we said future-proof the network to support scalable connectivity at the field level, starting with the 2023 Farm Bill. In order to better deal with future supply chain issues, incentivize domestic production of components such as antennas, power supplies, chipsets, modem to enable connectivity now and in the future. I believe that's what in the near future. And then on page 30, made two changes. One was around the auction spectrum for space Earth communication for satellites, and we took the imaging word out. And then also adopt policy to accelerate rapid 5G, 6G, and like spectrum access, including shared deployment. So those were the actual changes to the document. And then the next piece was around the, just around the narrative of how important data is, but let's make sure we emphasize the knowledge that comes from that data. Like expand on some of the thinking around local clouds, but then also hybrid clouds and edge. Let's make sure we include some of those things and even innovations like farm Kubernetes and things of that nature. That's more for discussion for the working group. Around UAVs, what's in there now is fine, but we should consider the safety as well as the privacy of the information connected, as well as some use cases with some cost benefit analysis. And then finally around this, as we go forward and we think about a recommendation around symmetrical, what does that mean from a funding perspective, or what's the minimum, if otherwise somebody does not get funded, et cetera, to take that into consideration as we continue to iterate on the document. So those were the material changes plus some of the recommendations or for the working group to look at. Anything else I've missed for this working group? Okay, I'm not hearing any. So with that, I think we can move to vote on this interim report for this working group. So Elizabeth, can you go through roll call?
Yeah, will do. And just one thing to flag from a logistics standpoint. So to the extent that those material changes are would impact recommendations discussed in other parts of that report, we'll make sure that they're consistent throughout. So it will read sort of beyond just what's in the ending summary.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Teddy Bickelli.
Approve.
Dr. Adeline.
Approve.
Dale Artho.
Approve.
Loran Osley.
Approved.
Dr. Bajwa,
Approve.
Andy Bader,
Approved.
Julie Bichelle,
Approve.
Anthony Dillard,
Approve.
Mike Gomes,
Approve.
Heather Hampton Nodal,
Approve.
Bob Hance,
Approved.
Brian Krogh,
Approved.
Jennifer Manner, Joy Sterling.
Approved. I'm sorry, I was having trouble getting my mic off. I
Oh,
apologize.
no worries. Thanks, Jennifer. Joy Sterling,
Approve.
Jimmy Todd.
Approved.
Great, thank you. The report is passed.
Okay, awesome. So let's do this. We do need a quick break before we get into the last report. So it's 3:12 or yes, 3:12. Let's take maybe 12 minutes and come back at the 25th past the hour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, from our last break. So we're on to the last report on encouraging adoption of precision agriculture and availability of high-quality jobs on connected farms. So, Julie, I believe you are on, and I will turn it over to you while I share the document, and you let me know if there's specific spots you need me to navigate to in the document.
Okay, thanks, Teddy. We have recommendations throughout the document, so I think it's best if we start with page 1. I'll give a brief overview of each section and then go right into the recommendations for each. First, I would like to thank our work group for this awesome report. It was a wildly collaborative effort, and I'm super proud of what they were able to put together. That's Jarrett Taubman, our vice chair, the Honorable Dale Artho, Senator Lorianne Osley, Robert Blair, Lenny Blakesley, Dr. Dennis Buckmaster, Mike Gomes, Laszlo Gross, Robert Hance, Dr. Randy Harp, Keith Kazmarek, Mike McCormick, Rob McDonald, Catherine Moyer, Russell Piotr, and Joshua Seidman. So thank you all. Our work group wanted to focus this preliminary report on the challenges and changes we feel the ag landscape has experienced since the preliminary report of the last term. So our background really does an overview there. We touch on the importance of agriculture to geopolitical stability, the climate pressures that farmers are facing, the increasing economic pressures that farmers are facing. And we've come up with key points throughout the report with recommendations for each. These are increased on-farm connectivity, climate-smart agriculture and sustainable productivity, improved collaboration, research, and innovation, assuring long-term continuity of U.S. agricultural systems, solidifying cybersecurity and data privacy requirements, and ensuring multi-scale adaptability. So in the first section under connectivity, page 2, we outline the importance of connectivity to secure and improve the future of food through increased precision ag adoption, to improve on-farm productivity and profitability while enabling transparency and traceability throughout the supply chain. Our recommendations under connectivity are the USDA and FCC should consider precision agriculture as a critical component of our nation's food and homeland security. I do want to note this working group's 2021 report made this same recommendation and was adopted by the task force on November 10th, 2021. Our second recommendation here is the USDA Reconnect program should pivot to prioritizing on-farm connectivity. Moving on to our climate smart ag and sustainable productivity focus. This portion of our report recognizes climate smart ag focuses on increasing sustainable productivity, which is efficiency, increasing resilience, adaptation, and decreasing net greenhouse gas emissions mitigation. The critical role of precision agriculture plays to empower producers to be successful could support all three. Our recommendations here: the USDA should focus eligibility and awards on climate smart outcomes rather than specific practices or solutions. The second recommendation, the USDA should increase funding available to producers through EQIP. And third, the USDA conservation programs should incentivize practices that have multiple environmental benefits. For example, improved water efficiency also improves water quality due to less runoff. Under resilient ag and adaptation, the section of the report highlights, and as well as many of our speakers that we spoke with, highlighted the tools needed for producers to be adaptive to the pressures and to a new supply chain. Our recommendations here: the USDA should allow new smart irrigation systems to be funded under EQIP. Recommendation 2, as the task force has previously recommended in its 2021 report, the USDA RMA should include crop insurance as a precision ag premium reduction. Precision agriculture allows farmers to lower the risk profile and we support this recommendation. The addition to this recommendation or report is the lower premiums would also encourage adoption of precision agriculture that often conserves natural resources. Our third recommendation here is crop insurance should reflect improved accuracy of field size and climate conservation practices on actual production history, specifically during transition years for farmers. The use of as-planted maps can reduce premiums and improve accuracy with improved measurement and reporting of active farmable land. Our fourth recommendation: using less energy through improved efficiencies of lighting, insulation, and equipment maintenance on farm should be rewarded similarly to generation of renewable energy. Fewer net greenhouse gas emissions focus. The focus is on the need for advanced sensing, analytics, modeling, and accurate controls to optimize the use of nitrogen, reducing fuel emissions while sustaining production. We also discuss carbon programs in this section and the need for data, connectivity, and interoperability to enable producers of all sizes and in all geographies to be able to participate and make climate conscious decisions. Our first recommendation under fewer net greenhouse gas emissions, as the USDA programs should empower farmers to use hardware and software systems that improve machinery efficiencies or reduce passes over the field. Our second recommendation is the USDA should continue the RCPP program to enhance collaboration between universities, stakeholders, and public-private partnerships. Although greater clarity regarding the use of funds for technology would lead to precision ag adoption, as well as lightening the match requirements. Third recommendation, the USDA should consider a voluntary program such as established in the Growing Climate Solutions Act. And our fourth recommendation, the USDA and other relevant federal agencies should dedicate increased funding to promote cover crops, reduce tillage, and other practices that promote soil organic matter that brings many benefits in the utilization of all nutrients. In our continuity of ag systems focus, we note that U.S. agriculture harnesses know-how, practical knowledge, a culture, and the ability to innovate. Our group felt that it was critical to protect these so we can maintain a stable food system and long-term continuity of our rural communities. The work group mentions in this report that farmers empowered with technology and traceability solutions will have far greater reach, a much stronger market position and greater demand for their goods and services. Recommendation here, the USDA should lead an increased marketing and education program across all agencies to promote the value of precision ag and agricultural benefits to the United States. To multi-scale adaptability, our report focuses on the continual support for innovation across scales of farm sizes. And this will grow in integrated competencies and lend optionality to solve problems necessary to secure a more resilient system. We feel that education and support of digital tools and data is much needed to realize this. Our first recommendation is the NRCS should consider a nationwide on-staff technologist and precision ag specialist. And our second recommendation, USDA operating loans should be increased as a means to allow for ag tech adoption to mitigate operational risk and prepare farmers for climate with climate adaptability tools. Under collaboration, research, and innovation, increasing all three are critical to our national security, climate solutions, and global stability, while also allowing researchers and students the opportunity to work with cutting-edge technology and commercialize on-farm solutions. Our recommendations here: increase collaboration amongst government agencies and the land grant system regarding the importance of agriculture, precision ag technologies, and connectivity. Next recommendation is the USDA, in partnership with DoD, DHS, and NSF, should establish a biosecurity, cybersecurity research and innovation facility through the land-grant university system. USDA should issue a study on technology adoption benefits to productivity and profitability to ensure food and water security. The land-grant university extension systems must be fully funded, and hiring qualifications must prioritize technology know-how and on-farm adoption assistance. Increased national collaboration amongst USDA, NRCS, and the land-grant university system in respect to as-applied research, technology use, and training. And finally, increased curricular offerings at technical and community colleges to support precision ag tracks, such as, but not limited to, ag technology, data science, agronomy, rural wireless networks, and cybersecurity. And finally, our final recommendations are around cybersecurity and data privacy. This section highlights the increased vulnerability agricultural supply chains face as the expansion of wireless connectivity and digital technologies are adopted. We focused on both vulnerabilities and lines of defensibility, which we outline in the report. Our first recommendation under cybersecurity and data privacy: all systems need to contain the architectural element of a layered security strategy. And due to the sensitive nature of farm record data and potential for vulnerability, all systems should have the requirement of multi-factor authentication. I did want to note to the task force, the group is drafting a set of security standards, which is still under consideration within the work group, and we expect to put that forward in our next draft. And I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, so Andy Bader has a hand up.
Thanks so much for this report. In particular, thank you for highlighting the need for education to our agricultural community. It's such an important means of actually implementing all of the potential that precision agriculture will offer. There is a significant area that I think I've mentioned before, and maybe I'll be a bit of a broken record, and that's with regard to data privacy. When we begin to aggregate data to measure our performance for environmental criteria, water quality, carbon sequestration, et cetera, many farmers are concerned about that data becoming available on an individual basis and it being used against them by members of the communities that are not necessarily in love with agriculture. And unfortunately, agriculture, we have a long history of this with data, kind of getting out in the public domain and being used as a cudgel against farmers. And so I'd ask here and those listening, and maybe this is a future work group topic, or maybe this is something that we as a overall task force take back to our congressional sponsors. It's a real problem. We need that information available to us so that we can assess our goals, meeting targets, for instance, here in Pennsylvania in the Chesapeake Bay. But we don't want the granularity of it being used against individual farmers, because they will not participate in these programs if they sense that that's going to happen. And so, I guess I'm issuing, again, it's an open call to researchers, et cetera, everywhere. How do we preserve the anonymity of individual producers when we have extreme amounts of data available, and yet aggregate that data so that we can be sure that we're meeting the overall goals in the world?
It's a great point, Andy. This is personal experience outside of me representing the Irrigation Association. But we have producers specifically in water management who want to show the great job they're doing and want to do it at the field level. And then, as you mentioned, others who are very worried it will be used against them. So I think it's a great task for this, our work group to take on. I'm happy to bring that back and work on it for our next meeting.
Dr. Adeline is next.
So recommendations on page 5, the first one, it says USDA should allow all new smart irrigation. What do you mean by irrigation? Are you talking about trickle, center pivots, flood irrigation? What is this describing?
Great question. It's really all irrigation systems. Within the work group, we added the word smart, Dr. Adeline, to hopefully call out that this has some type of remote control, telemetry, precision irrigation mechanism included.
Would the USDA recognize the word smart if they were to implement and use EQIP? So is smart a term that they use, so they would recognize those technologies and fund them appropriately? Or
yes, today you cannot qualify for new irrigation systems. It is only to upgrade 2-year-old systems or older. So the recommendation would really be they allow new irrigation systems, or we could add the word new efficient irrigation systems, which is used by EQIP, to highlight that.
Okay. The last paragraph, using less energy, and I made a note, is this for the IRS? I mean, who's?
This actually falls a bit under EQIP as well, and it's been historically an issue for producers to qualify. So you can do an energy audit on the farm, but like I said, I think it has quite a bit of red tape and is often overlooked.
Okay. On page 11, first sentence. Sorry, are you saying land grant systems don't know the importance of agriculture?
Let's see, page 11.
Yeah, under first recommendation.
Okay.
Increase collaboration amongst. Yeah.
No, we're actually saying government agencies don't know the importance. So if there was increased collaboration with the land grant system, we felt that it would disseminate across additional government agencies. So the value of ag, the value of precision ag, and connectivity.
Dr.
could
Adeline, the land grants today are establishing best practices, but in many cases, those best practices are not yet recognized by the governmental agencies. And that's why we're encouraging the collaboration.
Yeah, can I also jump in because that's an item I also marked there. If you are saying, my question was what is meant by increased collaboration, but if you are meaning to say that, the federal government agencies should adopt the best practices or best management practices developed by land grant system, why don't the recommendation be specific and say just that? Because collaboration is very broad. In my mind, I was thinking you were talking about the funding. Maybe federal government should fund land grants to develop something about the precision ag. So it can go in so broadly unless you specify what is meant by that collaboration.
That's a great point.
So do we need to make changes there?
I'm fine with it going to the next iteration of the document. Maybe have a little dialogue and clarification.
Same here.
Page 13, related to security. Due to the sensitive nature of farm record data, I'm not sure how sensitive farm data is necessarily. It's not like my health record. Okay. Now I understand. I think what you're trying to get at, and I threw out the word in my mind of exfiltration of data. All right. Although I heard Andy say it was really that the data is used against the farmer in a way that they can't defend themselves because it was collected and then pushed down the line. So, the importance of multi-factor, absolutely. In that, if you're talking multi-factor, that's more directed at the user. And so I would ask you to think about what this says and who's it related to, and then maybe do a little massaging. A thought.
No problem. What we were working to accomplish was a couple of basic best standard practices. We actually had a bit of an internal debate over the right specification around bit encryption. And because of the systemic nature of those two, it kind of got sidetracked. And so we used some kind of broad language in order to frame it up to get it ready for the specific standards that would be forthcoming as a follow-up.
Sounds good.
I would mention though, Dr. Adeline, within our work group, we actually did compare it to the sensitivity of health records, personal health records.
Like we did in the first one.
Yeah, exactly like the original Term 1 report, both from a protecting the producer, but also from a bad actor threat. We had multiple presentations around cybersecurity, geopolitical stability, and wanted to cover both aspects of that. And I do think moving forward, we absolutely tidy up that language to be more specific.
So it might be useful to think about defining what sensitivity means in this context.
Yes, okay.
Because I don't think the general reader would necessarily associate it with healthcare and that kind of data. All right. So Julie, I absolutely understand what you're saying, but putting a little bit of context might be a better read for people and understanding what you're trying to do.
Okay.
We'll sharpen that up. We'll sharpen that up. We were just trying to make the, because people are they always try and have a comparison. And so we tried to use the health data as a typical comparison, but we'll sharpen that up for sure. Thank you, Dr. Adeline.
You bet.
Next up is Heather.
All right, great report. And I think my question is probably more of a selfish one to see if our group might benefit from something you know. And that is, have you accessed any studies? I looked at your references there, but anything that talks about how much of a factor cost is in terms of adoption? You referenced that adoption is not widespread due to challenges in connectivity, interoperability, and education. But I was just curious on the cost front as we look at more cost benefit type analysis for things.
Yes, in fact, we have a member of the work group that's his first comment out of the gate every time we talk about adoption. The term one report, we came out of the gate with affordability. And so this preliminary report was to set the tone of the new challenges, what we're seeing in agriculture since the original report. I believe the work group would like to see we weave some term one report, last work group's report in with this new preliminary report and cover the bases there. So I would say what our preliminary report is very reflective of wanting to leverage term one report as a foundation and highlighting the challenges that we want to address moving forward.
Okay. And it sounds like maybe if I look again at the term one report, we might find some references there on the affordability, like costing stuff.
Yeah, it's actually first page, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And then
in reference of cost deferment, that's why we hit on things like the Precision Ag Loan Act, various deferral programs, as well as the reduction of the risk profile, and where you could see a cost reduction because your investment in that technology lowered your risk profile, improved your operational performance, and those other bits. And so we were looking at it rather than not a subsidy program, but in an overall and more complete picture.
yes, that's where it was interesting because several of your solutions tie back into cost, but didn't actually explicitly state it that way. But then I was also just kind of curious on the training front. I think it was in page 11. Recommended increased curricular offerings at technical and community college and so on in areas. But do you see that? Have you had discussions in terms of, is that just Perkins Act? Does that come through NEFA? Does it go through STEAM education, through the Department of Education, or what channels might be already available or created?
Yeah, it's interesting. So term one, we were very heavy in the programs that would incentivize this. This term, I think I'd speak for the work group in saying we focused on what's out there that's educating producers and have been quite successful. So we talked a lot about the testing ag performance systems at the land-grant universities. There's some pretty cool, for example, a master irrigator program that's more of a farmer collaborative, sharing irrigation ideas, failures, successes, etc. And so we've diversified how we've looked at this. I suspect we'll see a list of all of them in a final report.
In the final, okay. Thank you.
Right. One of the reasons, because we had mentioned the land grant universities a couple of times in the above recommendations, we wanted to have one specific to community colleges, so that way to community and technical, so that then we had something, we weren't only talking at the university level, but we had something much more grassroots, much more available, and much more accessible.
Right on. Thank you. I'm on one of those boards right now. And so it's kind of like, okay, where can we look? Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Bajwa?
Julie, great report. I have a few questions. The first question is that some of the first few sections on resilient agriculture and the very first recommendation on USDA should focus eligibility and awards on climate smart outcomes. And so many of the recommendation is referring to funding or increased funding or continuing funding for USDA programs. So I am just wondering whether your group talked about when you say increase funding, are you talking about a redirecting, or is there a Farm Bill authorization appropriation component there, or was there any discussion on that regard? Because if USDA is working with the same funding, that means they have to cut something else to put money into this to increase funding in a different program, right?
Right, and EQIP is through the Farm Bill. Our request is they increase funding into EQIP.
Okay.
On the first recommendation around climate smart outcomes rather than specific practices, that's actually just a hope they change the mindset of how policy is crafted today, i.e. don't prescribe a specific solution. Rain bucket next to a soil moisture probe or X brand of biochar, for example, allow the producer to make those choices and tie the funding towards the outcome that they're wanting to see by using that particular solution. We heard from a few of our speakers that was an impediment for them to participate in more carbon markets or even adopt sustainable practices. Because what was recommended wasn't the brands that you could qualify for under the funding.
So I am taking that it is a combination of everything, and there is some Farm Bill aspect there, but there is also additional consideration for funding. Am I correct there? Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
So my second question is, I don't know much about the USDA EQIP grant. Why identify irrigation system? You talk in multiple recommendations. Again, there is talk about the climate smart or sustainable aspects of agriculture. Why just irrigation system? It could be a variable rate fertilizer or pesticide application, or it could be anything else. Is there a reason why irrigation system was identified and included here?
Yes, because we're seeing significant drought across the US. And right now, new systems do not qualify. And producers who use irrigation are very familiar with using the EQIP program. And we felt it was the most expeditious way to get irrigation systems qualified for. Those irrigation systems do grant precision fertigation and precision water management. So that leads into our multi-environmental benefit recommendation.
Is there something that other, a combine or a planter or a fertilizer applicator wouldn't qualify for EQIP, or a new or a modification? You said a new wouldn't qualify.
A new irrigation system doesn't qualify. I can't speak to upgrading machinery.
Okay. All right.
What we were doing was, because in many cases, the precision ag label is pretty easily recognized and understood, but the irrigation aspect and how it reduced the impact of natural resources wasn't as recognized. And so we were trying to put those two in somewhat of a same qualification level.
Okay. All right. The next question is, I already mentioned the increased collaboration under the collaboration research innovation category there. I want to go to the, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4th recommendation there. Land grant university extension system must be fully funded. I'm not sure what fully funded means. Extension system work with the partial funding from federal, state, and the counties. Are you saying that the federal government should fully fund extension system, or what does that fully funded means?
Dr. Bajwa, the implication from us there is we have spoken with a few land grant systems that are having issues hiring at the extension level. Mm-hmm. And so the fear was, if we can't hire people, then those extension offices go away. So this was our take in saying, no, we need to continue to fully fund. Don't allow the funding to go away, maybe we look at how the prerequisite for hiring extension agents, i.e. maybe they don't need to have a PhD. We should look at their prerequisite on using technology in the field, focus on how to drive precision ag adoption at the field level with farmers.
Yeah, I suggest that perhaps you discuss that a little bit more. Typically, a seventh or some actually a smaller part of extension funding comes from federal agency. The bigger chunk is from state. So perhaps that is something you can reword it, go back and discuss it and clarify the meaning of that. And then the last item in that category, increased curricular offering to technical and community colleges. I know previous recommendations talked about the research at the land grant system. Majority of the research and workforce training today is happening at the land grant system. That doesn't mean that every land grant institution has precision ag focus. So my suggestion there is to include the land grant universities in that recommendation, because they are the people who, within a state, they are the people who are producing those instructors who are going to the technical and the community colleges. And if a land grant system in a state doesn't have a precision ag focus, that state cannot find, it's not easy they can find always, but it's not easy to find instructors to offer programs at the community and the technical colleges.
Yes, I will say that was in our term 1 report. So we were trying to be very cognizant to not repeat too many of our recommendations, although our current report does have several. We just didn't note it on this one, but we can certainly add it and then have a note that we know that was previously adopted.
This is coming from personal experience here, Montana. It's very hard for anybody to find anyone with a precision ag background because we are not in the forefront of workforce training in precision ag. And my last question is with the last set of recommendations there, about security. My question there is that who is those those 2 recommendations there, who is it intended for? Are you suggesting these for the software hardware manufacturers, or asking FCC to make sure that the connectivity providers implement this security into their system? Who is that recommendation intended for?
So we were recognizing the need that these are the 2 primary elements, both a layered security strategy as well as multi-factor authentication, as being 2 of the minimum standard hallmarks that should be incorporated and that need to be accommodated both at the hardware level as well as in the system level. And so that's where we were looking at it from that perspective, more so than we weren't trying to say that the FCC should mandate. We were recognizing that it's the hallmark and it sets the standard or elements of a minimum threshold standard.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
I think that was the last hand I saw. Was there any other questions or comments from others on the task force?
Julie did a great job of leading us on this one, so just hats off to her.
I think he did a very nice job. Also, I do have a few comments, but I didn't see any changes to the document as it exists today. So a couple of the things to consider for the next iteration as we go forward is really around the aggregated data, some around the collaboration and funding of land grant universities, and maybe some of the wording around funding, the sensitivity of farm record data, and then what is offered at technical and community colleges. So I think there's a recommendation prior, maybe we'll bring that back in. So does anybody else see or have any other comments? Okay, so we'll move to vote. Elizabeth, you want to do a roll call?
Yep. Let's proceed to our vote. Teddy Bickelli,
Approved?
Dr. Adeline,
Approved.
Dale Artho,
Approved.
Lorraine Osley,
Approved.
Dr. Bajwa,
Approved.
Andy Bader,
Approved.
Julie Bichelle,
Approve.
Anthony Dillard,
Approved.
Michael Gomes,
Approved.
Heather Hampton Nodal,
Approve.
Bob Hance,
Approve.
Ryan Krogh,
Approved.
Jennifer Manor,
Approved.
Joy Sterling. I think she had to drop, and Jimmy Todd.
Approved.
Great, the report is passed.
All right. Okay, everyone. I appreciate everybody hanging in there. I know we're running about 5 minutes late. Thank you for the engagement today. I thought really good discussions, live conversation. That was really good. You know, I've mentioned several things as we approve these documents. I'll have the notes that I've taken and some of the changes. We'll be sending that back to Elizabeth and the team. We'll make any adjustments, modifications. The work group chairs and vice chairs will get a chance to take a look at that as well. And then eventually, once we're all on the same page, it'll get published. Again, what I would say from here on out is we'll obviously continue the discussion, continue to refining these recommendations and some of the insights as well. And for 2023, just like we did in 2021, I'll try to bring it back together. But I would say the first half of the year is really dedicated to going a little bit deeper. And then as we get closer to the end of the year, we'll obviously try to kind of bring it all together. But more to come on that one next year. Don't have to worry about it today. So, but again, thank you today for the engagement. Working group chairs, please go back and thank the working groups for all the efforts, because a lot of the heavy lifting was done there. Make sure you recognize them for the work they've done in getting us to this point. I see Andy, you have your hand up, so I'll turn it over to you maybe for a quick question or comment.
Thanks, Eddie. I have two comments, and they revolve around activities that were not part of the Precision Ag Task Force original charter, but I feel passionately about. And they are a lack of awareness on our part, was not on our charter, about the international community's role in precision agriculture, what other countries are doing in precision agriculture, and how that would influence our urgency for precision agriculture here in the United States. It's not something we've touched on. I think it's vitally important. Maybe at an appropriate point, we go back to our sponsors and say, hey, you know, this is something that needs to be looked at in the next go around. And then topic two is, I also believe that our charter was pretty specific with regard to connectivity and implementation on agricultural lands. But in reality, the agricultural ecosystem moves beyond our farms. It moves to the trucks that are delivering our products to producers. It moves all the way to the consumer. And in the future, particularly with consumer interest in environmentally sensitive products, marks, tracking, et cetera, that is part of the equation. So those are two things that we weren't asked to work on, but I think that we should, or somebody should. So whoever the appropriate people are, or whatever the appropriate process is, I think they need to be called out that we're not covering, but somebody should.
Those are good call outs, Andy. I think one of the things we can do is, as we put together the final report for the next year, because it all come together, those are certainly recommendations we can make as far as what is not only the next task force supposed to look into, but even if there's suggestions to what the legislation should look like and things that, you know, should be potentially in the Farm Bill or could be incorporated in something like that, that certainly could be part of it. And so that's a good call out. Elizabeth, anything else from your end?
Sorry, just coming off mute. There we go. Yes, I also wanted to thank everyone for not only just a great discussion today, but especially to the working groups. These are really very productive reports, especially on such a short time of just a year, and getting ramped up again with the new groups as we're looking forward to what this year has to bring. So very appreciative of everyone's work, and also want to give a particular shout out to Stacy and Lauren, my deputies, and all of the FCC liaisons for the work that they have been doing with the working groups to get to this point. Teddy did mention sort of how we're going to look to our meetings next year. I can report that they will be hybrid, so we will have an option for in-person meetings, which I know this group has not had in a very long time. So we will have more information in particular about the dates so that we have give everyone an opportunity to make sure they can make arrangements. But again, if you are unable to come to Washington, D.C. to FCC headquarters, we will have options for being able to dial in similar to how we have structured our Teams calls. And then also, as Teddy mentioned, similar to what we did in the second year of our first term, we will have sort of anchor meetings, probably 3 throughout the year, that will be the full convening. But as we get closer to that report deadline, may meet a little more frequently, but for shorter periods of time. So likely those will be virtual, and we'll scatter those in to touch base and make sure that everyone is on the same page as we work to compile that final report. And then lastly, again, too, as Teddy mentioned, so we will make sure that the notes we've captured and the red line that was incorporated in today's meeting for those voted reports, that will be implemented. And per the statute, we have 30 days to get it published to our website. So those will be up by the end of the year. So that's it for us. And again, thank you to everyone. Working groups, you can take a break if you need to, and reconvene in the next year. But again, thank you for everyone in your work.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. And thank you for all your support and even keeping myself on track here and making sure that we can get to this spot. So again, thank you so much for all the work that you're doing, as well as Stacy and Lauren. So, okay, with that, I think, again, thanks everyone today for the engagement. Apologize for we went a few minutes over, but I thought that was really valuable discussion. And with that, I hope you have a good end of the year, and we will see you in 2023.